is clear: to combat all forms of pollution, promote a sustainable blue economy, particularly in tourism, maritime transport, and renewable energy, and to curb overfishing. We also aim to raise awareness among the population, including school children and high school students, for a better future. Solutions exist, and there is hope. The development of new infrastructures and initiatives reflects a strong environmental vision. On September 13, 2024, in Bizerte, we will write together the next chapter of this Mediterranean odyssey.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers amis du Forum mondial.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends who are member of the World Maritime Forum, welcome to Bizerte, welcome to my country. It's my pleasure to welcome you today. And we've been working together for 7 years in this same meeting that targets protecting our Mediterranean Sea. It's been 7 years, and that we need to face the reality of our sea. I'm really proud to gather here today scientific experts, economic experts, representatives of NGOs, of startups, of political bodies, and every stakeholder who works on protecting our Mediterranean Sea. This cherished sea that is exhausted nowadays. It's nearing the burnout, and the situation is worsening day by day. This lack of balance is being felt on the southern shore of the sea, and we have disappearing shores even. But we are not giving up. La Saison Bleue and its members who are present here, and the World Maritime Forum works on bringing forth expert solutions for the Mediterranean basin. With the Blue Mission Med, which is the program of Ocean, Seas and Waters, we are trying to get an impact by sensitizing universities and high schools, by organizing cleaning campaigns of our beaches and our shores to protect our sea. But we are even going further. At the level of La Saison Bleue, we are even trying to increase sensitization at the level of all media, and by disseminating educational documents and tools at the level of high schools, schools and universities. And we organize, of course, cleaning campaigns of our beaches in order to protect them. Also, artists and all cultural representatives are great ambassadors of our cause of protecting the sea. So we have developed really privileged partnerships with exceptional artists. We worked with Ziad Zoueri in the past to sensitize protecting the sea. Last year we worked closely with Mahdi Ertouam in order to launch songs to increase sensitization about plastic bags. So I'll leave to this year's cooperation as a surprise for everyone to discover by the end of this day. So this cooperation has organized 88 concerts all around the governorates of Tunisia. And we have even helped installing music clubs and concerts. We have worked with Mr. Hisham Belkhamsa as well to organize a cinema festival targeting sensitization about protecting the environment. So there is a plethora of activities that is going to be further conducted and organized. This year, of course, we're going to have the Feast of the Sea, let's call it, in Bizerte, and Mr. Fathi Belkaya is going to be the person sensitizing citizens about the importance of protecting our sea. I'd like to thank our sponsors, the European Union, the French Embassy, SASI, Cumulus, the town of Bizerte, the Maritime Guard, and all of the stakeholders present and represented here. This is a moment of solidarity and hope, because today we can construct a sustainable future for our sea. I'd like to welcome Monsieur Gauthier Carl, who's advocacy manager for the Ocean and Climate Platform.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much for Hind Benzema, because she invited Mr. Poivre d'Arvor for this conference. It's a great pleasure to be here when we are conversing about different issues regarding oceans and water in Tunisia, of course, and all over the world. I'm going to make the summary of what we conducted. Of course, in 2050, we conducted, of course, big advocacy in terms of 2050 for oceans, and we estimated that the ocean in the heart of the different stakes from climate change point of view, by documenting different, of course, changes, we are obliged to take into consideration different actions. The group of experts, Ocean 2050, that you are part of it, forecasted different actions to take into consideration for the emergency for a sustainable future. And of course, we asked for a shock of collaboration with a set of recommendations concerning the different water stars and, of course, starfish by Pascal Lamy. And among those recommendations, the necessity to answer the fragmentation of oceans by structuring different actions in France. Of course, I mean here the conference of climate in Paris, and of course we are working on the IBOS, which is an international panel for taking into consideration the protection of ocean. And of course 1 year later, we animated by Pascal and Olivier, of course, we gathered again in September 2023. The summer 2023 was characterized by different, of course, actions pushing Antonio Guterres, the General Secretary of United Nations, to take into consideration the different steps of climate change. This year, of course, the experts asked for north-west actions by taking into consideration the naval actions and, of course, the potential changes from geopolitical point of view. And they underlined, of course, the need of taking into consideration decisions like the digital twin of oceans, which can be announced in Nice in France, like the Intergovernmental Action Chapiteau. And of course, the European Union, of course, worked on the IPOS and the digital twin or jumeau numérique. And of course, we worked on blue plan throughout 2.2 degrees Celsius, which allows, of course, to prepare the session of this year dedicated to this region of Mediterranean. We are, of course, dealing right now from different months from 2025 for focusing, of course, on ocean Ocean Conference of United Nations by taking into consideration the SDG 14th, and of course we are working on the plan of action for Mediterranean. We are gathering today with the hope that in the next years, thanks for the International Forum of Sea and Oceans, to govern better the oceans and of course to be able to impose and to set the right priorities in terms of international agenda from pragmatic and exchange point of view. And of course it's really important to focus on that. From this latent Mediterranean sea means the sea in the middle of the world. This is a recognized sea, and of course it's not a question of geography, but to take into consideration the stakes at international level, demographical level, security level, in order to have a prosper future and to have the sovereignty of our oceans. Those are the responsibilities that we need to take into consideration between the two banks.
His Excellency Karim Amalal, Ambassador and Interministerial Delegate for the Mediterranean Sea at the Ministry for Europe and Foreign Affairs. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much, dear Chair. And I'd like to thank, in particular, Ms. Benzina, since even Mr. Poivre d'Arvor, Pascal Lamy, and all the participants here for making sure that such an event keeps being organized on a yearly basis in order to talk about this topic of protecting the biodiversity of our sea and even on the topic of water in general. And we know that the Tunisian government is focusing on this topic, and even next year is going to be the main focus of the whole government. And I think that this beautiful event is going to show and manifest the commitment of the Tunisian government to its different components to this topic. So, as Pascal Lamy said, it is a polylateral or multilateral event as it gathers different partners from civil society, entrepreneurs, NGOs, from state representatives, and so on and so forth, in order to develop and design policies. And you know that we have all of the numbers and statistics, and as Reem said, the situation of the Mediterranean Sea is worsening on a yearly basis, and it is a catastrophic situation even when we think of global warming and the effect of this global change on the biodiversity on the coastline and on the sea itself. And this is something that we keep repeating on a yearly basis. And you know that the Mediterranean Sea is a hotspot of climate change, and it is the most vulnerable area in the face of climate change.
And of course, it is inviting us to react and to make the Mediterranean a lab of solutions and innovation and creativity for the rest of the world. I would like, of course, to say that although everything we are trying to react, although all difficulties, obstacles, and different odds, we are trying to make different actions in terms of the Mediterranean, which is, of course, fragmented, and of course, it is the landscape of the different wars and the conflicts like the ones in Gaza and, of course, Palestine. And, of course, it is tackling different other problems. Just to go to the second level, which is legitimate, of course, the question of climate change, the climate heat, and, of course, the geopolitical level of the Mediterranean, which is coming into the spot by taking into consideration different challenges which are not on the second level but on the first line and the first level. That's what France is trying to take with her partners at European level, and of course the ambassador Poivre d'Arvor is on the first line just to conduct this action with Maestria, which is characterizing, of course, the organization of LUNOC. I mean, here at the Conference of United Nations in June 2025 in Nice, of course, at the shed of Mediterranean, which is an extraordinary level of our actions and our steps in terms of ocean, but also on different other actions to take into consideration for the next years. We need to be proud of that because the Conference of United Nations concerning climate is going to be on Nice in France on the Mediterranean. We are following this action. France is on the first line. We are trying to make it at unilateral, bilateral, of course, which are the most efficient ones. And we need to reinvest notably on those issues, 5+5, for example, that Tunisia is member of it, the Union of Mediterranean, the agreement of Barcelona, which is going to be at the first level in United Nations conference. We need to play the role in terms of the climate change, notably among other challenges. We need to follow on our cooperation at regional level, and of course we need to support the civil society, what is happening today, of course, in this forum, international forum of sea and oceans. We have multiple scientists, we have multiple NGOs, and of course civil society who are working on this solving resolution that we need to adopt in terms of problems regarding oceans. Of course, the role of MEDEC also that we are supporting by their expertise that we reminded, of which we reminded you before. They are alerting us, sensitizing the public opinion about this. Just to finalize my intervention, we need to remind three timelines that we need to take into consideration for the next months just to reach the United Nations conference about oceans and climate. Olivier Poivre d'Arvor will talk furthermore about this. I would like to say that we are working on the segment, Mediterranean segment, and of course he is going to remind you those crucial issues, and of course he's going to talk about the different solutions at a political, geographical, and a scientific level. But allow me to remind two turning points. I mean, the international summit on which Emmanuel Macron, the French president, is going to participate, just to reinforce our efforts in the framework of the SDGs, and One Water Summit to be organized, of course, maybe by the end of the year or later, which is going to relate to the drinking water or water in general issues in the Mediterranean, like on other places, throughout different solutions, projects, and innovative steps throughout the General Assembly of United Nations, the Conference of United Nations. We are preparing, of course, the different steps to take into consideration within the Conference of United Nations concerning oceans and to prepare for the next year forum. Thank you very much for your invitation, but I think that we are in a turning point, a historical turning point or crucial moment, because we need to take into consideration the political powers, the power characters, political characters, of course, which is going to crystallize this momentum, if I can say that, of course, concerning the different steps to be taken rather in terms terms of desalination, rather in terms of the different awareness that we need to raise in terms of risks regarding oceans. And of course, this is a momentum of which I wish to be really sensitized and at the level.
Tous ces détails. Merci pour ces rappels des événements.
So thank you for reminding us of these main milestones that gather and unite the northern and southern shores. So now I'd like to invite His Excellency, Mr. Poivre d'Arvor, to say a few words. So it's quite the distance from Bizerte to Nice, but I guess that it's great to be in this ceremony, and I'd like to thank you for being here and to build on what Karima Millal was just saying, because I've just again heard that there is a greater focus on such meetings and conferences. Of course, there are other important topics like migration and indeed what's going on in Gaza. And I think that we need to be really concrete and pragmatic in today's exercise. So we need to start from what Karim reminded us of. So the organization of this conference, maybe I have a small role in organizing this conference, and maybe I suggest that we need to draft at the end of this day a letter to Mr. Antonio Gutierrez, and he's of course aware of this forum, and I told him that the issue of the Mediterranean Sea is really sensitive. So there will be a day dedicated to the Mediterranean Sea. It's going to be the only sea to be celebrated at the level of the United Nations, and not just at the level of the countries bordering on the Mediterranean Sea. So Karim has been working with us, Mr. Renaud Mizouyoui as well. So while drafting this brief message to the Secretary General of the United Nations, and it's going to help us alert him to the situation of our sea and to suggest 4 or 5 initiatives. So what I suggest is that you would of course, by noon today, you would suggest your initiatives, 1 or 2 by every stakeholder, and to share your thoughts about the Mediterranean Sea. So you can write it in every language possible, and we're going to select these initiatives and draft them into a letter, into a brief message to Antonio Gutierrez, and hopefully even the President of the Republic, who's going to be in New York in September 24th or 25th. So that's the homework, let's say, and thank you for being here, and I'd like to thank Tunisia for being the 2nd place in addition to Tangiers for organizing such an event. Thank you, dear Olivier, and thank you for launching this initiative. So now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Pascal Lamy, our president, in order to talk to us about the missions launched by Starfish, Our Ocean, Waters. So thank you, dear Pascal, for being among us today. Good morning, everyone. So we're going to start working together, and I know very well that you are ready. So just a couple of words to talk about the big picture, let's say, and that Karim Amilal and Mr. Poivre d'Arvor mentioned. So this year, our forum is taking place at an important time, since as it was already said, there is a dynamic that we have helped create with many partners for the past 7 years, and the results are starting to be felt at the level of the seas and the oceans by putting the issue at within the agendas of governments and civil society and NGOs. So you can just look at the last 9 months and we need to think also about the next meeting in Nice, Bizerte, La Saison Bleue, Tangiers, Blue Africa Med, and other important actions taking place in Europe with a new commission that was created from a new European Parliament. And this pact, of course, is going to be the political incarnation of this starfish program. And finally, as aforementioned, so this global initiative from Tunisia to the Mediterranean and on the whole world, we have had or we have created an international dynamic that has allowed us to improve our work. So, sadly, this is not the only dynamic taking place, because in the past years we have had new obstacles. The first, and without insisting on for a long time, but let's say the first impediment is geopolitical, because today's world has changed since the first forum 7 years ago. The world is fragmented, is dangerous, and is filled with conflicts, and even most of them are in the open now. For example, Russia and Ukraine have always had their attention, but now it's an open war, and what's taken place in Gaza, and now the situation has become catastrophic. And also, this interferes with our enterprise. Another dynamic which I'd like to talk about, as it's not clear for everyone, but at our level in Brussels, there is the result for our maritime work in the light of this sliding towards the right side in Europe with the European elections. So now we have a European Parliament and a European Commission and European ministerial councils that are more that have moved towards the right, let's say, more than any side. So you have always known me to be a direct in what I say. So we need to always remind ourselves that it is more difficult to work in the light of such a European situation. For example, when we had to fight in Brussels, in order to add in the title of the competent portfolio at the level of the European Parliament, to keep the word ocean. This is a concession that was finally made, and even the pressure groups of the European fishermen who said that we're going to go back to the portfolio entitled fishing. And that keyword is going to change, of course, all of our efforts of focusing or directing the focus towards the sea and the oceans. And just to conclude, of course, we mobilized organizations that are non-governmental and even political in order to advocate for ocean, for the ocean word ocean to be kept in the advocacy campaign, and not just to focus and insist on fishing. Maybe we'll say just fishing and the ocean and find a compromise. But this is just to say that the journey hasn't been easy, and that there have been many impediments which will require a more lucid approach for our work. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, dear President, for those reminders and for encouraging us with some words with great vision in the future that we are going to work on in this program and in the program of European Commission, Mediterranean and UNOC, and of course United Nations. Right now we are going to present the Waters mission, Ms. Elisabeth Baldi. I am inviting her to take the floor. Ms. Elisabeth Balzi. Good morning, everyone. Dear President, Mr. Pascalami, dear ambassadors, dear Camilla Milan, I am really happy and honored to be part of this forum in this prestigious place in Tunisia, of course, in Bizerte, which is a wonderful city. Thank you very much for inviting us. We are honored to share those visions and reflections concerning the actions that we are going to conduct in terms of the sustainability of the ocean. Of course, we are focusing on ocean issues, and we are working on innovation and research in terms of oceans. In the framework of this program for 2020, and of course invested more than 2 billion euros in ocean research and innovation just to have a sustainable ocean. And Rising Europe is continuing the different actions in this context. But the challenges of oceans needs, of course, different approaches beyond those actions. We need to have innovative solutions not only from a digital point of view, but also from a governance, economic point of view, and of course a social point of view, by asking for the participation of everyone throughout, of course, the mission Starfish, among 5 other actions, just to regenerate our oceans and seas from now till 2030. And of course, by taking into consideration the mission board, which was presented by Mr. Pascalami, of course, which is symbolized by a starfish with 5 interconnected branches. This mission is targeting the regeneration, of course, of and restoring of marine and fresh waters ecosystems and biodiversity to prevent, of course, the and eliminate pollution of our oceans, seas, and waters with the polysphere. We have, of course, two facilitators by taking into consideration digital ocean and waters knowledge system and the public mobilization and engagement in general. So our mission is in the heart of European policies. Of course, it was launched by our von der Leyen president through the Ocean Summit since 3 years, and of course still on the heart of our policies. The different political lines announced by our president include the announcement of two commissioners, fisheries and oceans, and of course Mediterranean, as it was announced before by Mr. Pascal Lamy. And of course, it is announcing a European Oceans Pact. And here, of course, the different preparatory works of Jacques Delors from the Institute of Oceans and represented later on by Geneviève is fundamental. It is announcing also a new pact of the Mediterranean. It is announcing a new strategy for water resilience. And of course, a strategy for European life sciences. This is a new strategy. Well, the set of those strategies is showing the importance of the different actions that we are conducting for oceans, waters, and of course seas, and in general for the life sciences. Well, our mission as our portfolio in terms of creativity, innovation and research is including different partnerships with the research and innovation for Mediterranean. First of all, are different initiatives which are really important in terms of new political lines and of course from priorities point of view. In this context, the different steps by this forum are really important to reflect together to think about the next actions for the future by taking into consideration the different conferences and, of course, the 2025 UN Ocean Conference, just to talk about the implementation of our European mission, just to restore the ocean and waters. We are on the phase of deployment. And of course, we implemented 4 lighthouses, 4 basins of internal water and water, sea, of course, on which we are allocating our mission. And of course, the Mediterranean is one of the lighthouse in terms of the delivering of outcomes and the realization of our mission. Well, we have Horizon Europe, which is supporting a great portfolio of research and innovation missions and actions. We fund a great number of projects, 65 projects with a value of 60,000 euros. But in the framework of research and innovation in Europe, we supported a multitude of committees or communities which are working on a chart of our mission. The participation of more than 700 actions by different actors, and of course with a value more than 5.5 billion euros, just to show the most important level of engagement or involvement of the different partners. This is not about our communities, but also is supporting other communities just to realize that their actions. I'm going to give you some examples just to show you what we achieved in terms of lighthouses in Mediterranean, if I can. Of course, yes, in this slide. The lighthouse in the Mediterranean is the first active participation of our mission. First of all, we have a very important political engagement or involvement. This is to say that we have different state members who ratified our mission throughout their national agencies. We have Croatia, France, Italy, Malta, and Spain. And of course, the last one was celebrated, of course, in Bologna, in Italy. And of course, we have the different other missions on the participation of lighthouses. For now, we have more than 13 projects, Horizon plus the Horizon Europe project for more than 2.7 billion euros. And we have, of course, 229 actions for more than 3 billion euros. Those are different charter actions which are made by a big set of stakeholders like isles, cities, communities of fishing, marine protected areas, but also different associations, citizen associations, schools. This is, of course, a very large community with concrete actions. We are supporting those actions throughout, for example, technical assistance. This is to say that we worked on different technical assistance within ports, islands, fisheries, who are working on different projects. And of course, we gave awards for different islands like Koryat in Tunisia. Those are the model islands that we are taking into consideration. We have different other missions, coordinators like Blue Mission Med, I mean, in the framework of Lighthouses projects, and we organized different events which were steps of Lighthouse. The mission of Lighthouses were launched in France, in Marsilia, and then we worked on Italy, Palermo, for example. The last event, JetSat, was in Bologna, but we've been through different other events like Barcelona, Athens, and Bizerte. Right now, we are happy to be here, and we will be happy to participate on the conference of Nice. Just to conclude, the mission was engaging different local authorities, political communities, just to work on solutions for oceans, waters, plus the resilience of coastal communities, and of course, by taking into consideration the different climatic and extreme climates, and of course, the civil rights. We need also to mention that we are concentrating on the strategical actions priorities for 2030. And of course, the next conference of UN in Nice, we need to work on the different steps for restoring our ocean and waters. Throughout this action, shared action, we are aspiring to take different actions that all the world is needing it for the well-being and the existence of our planets and our humanity. Thank you very much.
Merci, chère Elisabetta Balzi.
Thank you, dear Elisabetta Balzi, for this recap of the mission and for showing how the Blue Season is part of this huge mission, not only in Tunisia but in the southern shore of the Mediterranean Sea. And I think and I hope that through such a cooperation and partnership, we'll be able to preserve our sea. Now, I would like to invite Fedra Francocci, researcher at the National Research Council, Institute for the Study of Anthropogenic Impacts and Sustainability in the Marine Environment, from Italy.
Vous avez les casques, je pense, de traduction pour ceux qui en ont besoin.
So anyone, you can use your headsets.
So thanks a lot, Rim, La Saison Bleue, Pascal Lamy, for inviting us to present to such very high-level event. And we are all committed to the common aim to preserve and restore the Mediterranean. So I'm the project manager of the Blue Mission Med, a coordination and support action funded by the European Union to implement the mission objectives in the Mediterranean Sea. The priority of the Mediterranean, as Ms. Balzi anticipated, it deals with pollution, objective 2 of the mission. Mediterranean, it's just 1% of the overall oceanic surface. It concentrates a higher percentage of biodiversity, but it's also highly polluted. 75% of Mediterranean is under pollution for industrial waste, toxic heavy metal, and plastic, as you know. So this is why the Blue Mission Med is setting up structure and empowering a multi-actor ecosystem across the overall basin to support the implementation of innovative solutions to address the topic of the pollution in all the different areas by using approaches dealing with the governance, of course, based on technology and innovation, but also involving citizens, policymakers, and industrial key players to structure together a new partnership in order to support the development and the deployment of concrete solutions. So we are providing the knowledge, the tools, the opportunities, and the capacity to all the Mediterranean stakeholders to deliver such ambitious results. But why? So we are organizing events, conference, capacity building activities, but also providing concrete recommendation and portfolio of solutions that could be used by all the different stakeholder categories. As the pollution is a very complex topic to be faced, we are facing this by integrating different expertise and capacities. So it means that we are cutting across different stakeholders, so we dialogue with agriculture, of course, with cities, with the wastewater treatment management, but also we dialogue with the society. So we are bringing together sectors together with the stakeholder categories. And sometimes this new partnership really stimulate the implementation of innovation, but we need something more. In fact, to be really active and to deliver such ambitious results, we need to go locally, as Ms. Elisabetta was saying. So we need to be in contact with the municipality, with the region, and support at their level the implementation of the solution. And this is why we implemented 7 Blue Mission Med hubs to support the implementation of the mission locally. And here you see where, of course, we have the Tunisian hubs, and La Saison Bleue, it's really much engaged in supporting the deployment of the mission here and broader, of course. So the hubs play a key role also in organizing activities to promote the funding alignment together with the private and the public sectors. Of course, we can do more. We started last year. We are now in a very interesting phase of the project that I would like to share with you some insight of this. Yesterday we had the General Assembly of the Blue Mission Med, and here you will find all of our partners that comes from different sectors and area across the Mediterranean. So there are, of course, public research institute as well as association, and also the industrial sectors as Business Med that is also from Tunisia. So what we are now organizing is to mobilize and support local actors in the following 3 months. So by the end of this year, we will realize events to bring funds opportunities and to support the business sector in delivering, in identifying which are the best solutions for the different stakeholder categories. So which is the best business for cities, for region, and for fishermen. So if you want to be engaged with this, or if you want to be in contact with us, please refer to the project. And with this, I think that we are available to further provide you input. And again, Rima, I really would like to thank you for supporting us and for bringing all of us here together. This is a great opportunity for strengthening synergies. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Fedra. It's normal, it's our collaboration. J'invite maintenant Geneviève.
I'd like to invite Ms. Geneviève Pons, General Director of Jacques Delors Europe. Thank you, Rim. I'm really pleased to be among you today. I think I've joined you, or I joined you 6 years ago, not 7 years ago, and I've witnessed how this forum has been growing and taken more and more importance. And I think that alongside Pascal and other participants, we work on the European and Mediterranean issues, and with the commitment of Olivier, we think that we can have a greater partnership between Europe and the southern shores. So I think that through the presentation of the manifesto about the impact on the ocean, we wanted to achieve or to incite Europe to be the to conduct the relay between both shores. We wanted to reignite the flame of the mission since the mission started in 2019 and was taken and resumed by the Commission afterwards. But we wanted the whole mission to be put in the hands of civil society as well, in order to move forward with all the stakeholders. So I'm just struggling with the presentation, sorry. So you can clearly understand the objectives of the mission. So we have contributed alongside Pascal and other participants, and we have had different stakeholders with different objectives and different nationalities even, and everyone understood that if we wanted to have one objective, it would be restoring the ocean. And in order to reach this objective, we need to have everyone, science and governance and everything possible, in order to fight for the protection of the ocean and to make blue economy more sustainable. And this logic was taken even and resumed 2 years ago here, and we tried to put everyone on the same tune. And when we wanted to work on this pact for the European ocean as well, of course we had impediments, and we had to go back to the starfish model. But you can see that there are some differences here. It's just an artifice for the presentation in order to be up to date. And you must have understood by sliding towards the right in Europe, and I shared even a paper with some of you. Of course, there was also a slide in terms of the interests and the priorities. Economy, migration have taken a greater importance than ocean and the environment. So competitivity is the key word. Next slide, please. So here I've shared with you our objectives, and we have worked on this with Tiago Cunha, who was here last year, and he's really committed in different fights, and we have taken in different stakeholders from different parts of Europe. Carla Maniaki, former ministers like Skiros Kovilis, and we also had different stakeholders from different political sides and orientations. And Ms. von der Leyen even wants to help with this pact. So we have different stakeholders, important and helpful ones, who want to help. Of course, this is to be implemented in the Mediterranean Sea, and I'm going to be as brief as possible. You know how the blue sustainable economy in the Mediterranean Sea is worth $450 billion, but we need to make it less polluting at all levels. So it's going to be a huge work at the level of protection of the sea. Here I'm just going to shed light on the great threats of the Mediterranean Sea from gases and plastic. And of course, you are probably more knowledgeable about this than me. And of course, pollution could double by 2040 if we don't act quickly. So we need to develop knowledge, sensitizing citizens. This is a formidable work that's being taken over by RIM. We need to exchange good practices to encourage cooperation. These are the keys of success in our field. And there are different commissions, of course, that could help in this field. And of course, we have 10 themes developed with the UNOC, and of course, we can go back even to the starfish model. And the goal is to mobilize the European Union even to participate and to commit to this project. Olivier will talk about this later, and we hope that later with Catherine Chabot, who is not among us today, but hopefully we will have a European Day for the sea in order to develop this pact for the ocean and for the sea. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, dear Genevieve, and I wish you success for this Ocean Pact, of course, which is showing good steps. And of course, you are making the presentation of it, and it was adopted, of course, by the European Union just to fight against pollution, and of course, just to have a better governance and to mobilize for the UNOC 3. This is a real challenge, and I wish you success. I'm giving the floor right now to Mr. Guillaume Santini, who is the president of Plan Bleu, Blue Plan. I would like to invite you, Mr. Guillaume Santini. And he is the president of Plan Bleu, Blue Plan, who is going to talk about the open up of the ocean, I mean biodiversity and the ocean essence and the different actions that he is conducting right now. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. dear Rimbenzina, for this organization and for all organizers for this forum, which is really important in terms of the process of the UNOC 3. This is a part of the whole chain in terms of preparing the all steps. I'm going to say 3 words because we are about finalizing this first part in terms of Plan Bleu. Of course, who doesn't know the Plan Bleu? This is the pillar of the first convention or agreement of Barcelona, which is the first one which was duplicated on different regional levels. And of course, what we want from you, and it was said by different intervenants, and Mr. Poivre d'Arvor, of course, we needed to find out different solutions by concrete actions, and of course, UNOC is going to be at the same time of the 50 years of the Convention of Barcelona. A half century is not something non-considerable, and of course, we need to focus on that by taking into consideration the day of Mediterranean. Of course, in our understanding, this is not about engaging different debates, but we need to focus on concrete steps. I would like to work on the law or the rights, and of course, plus the Conference of Barcelona or the Convention of Barcelona. We have 8 treaties which shall be applied and ratified by the different Mediterranean states, and they have, of course, the obligations to implement those conventions in order to make a dealing with the international law. And of course, what we need to do is to fix the idea that the UNOC can be the accelerator of the ratification of different other countries or states who didn't ratify those protocols. We need to work on the fact that Nice should be a platform for the ratification of different protocols and agreements. I'm taking into example Tunisia, for example, who ratified last year the integrated management of environment and ocean, because we have coastal law in France which was adopted, but we changed it, of course, the historical moment, and of course we are focusing on the land coasts. So we need to take into consideration the integrated management of a coastal level by taking into consideration the land and the sea. I'm going to talk about Mediterranean and different excursions which were, of course, adopted. The protocol of Mediterranean, of course, I mean here the integrated management of the eastern Rift of Africa. It was, of course, adopted after 10 years of negotiation. Well, the GIZ or the GZ protocol was adopted, of course, in this context, and maybe we are going to focus on Eastern Africa protocol, which will be applied after different ratifications, and UNOC can be, of course, an accelerator of the ratification of this protocol, knowing that France should be the first one to play the most important role. Another idea which is really personal, which can be launched within UNOC, is the new protocol of Mediterranean. Different protocols which are existence have this technocratical level. I mean, accident, pollutions in terms of oceans, and the emerging of waste coming from water, which are not interesting the whole public. But I would like to focus on an additional protocol concerning the landscape. Why the landscape? Because I am a sailor man, and I had the opportunity to navigate on different other seas and oceans, and Mediterranean Sea is the one who is gathering the landscape. I mean here from land point of view and sea point of view. We need also to preserve the cultural and ocean heritage. All countries are proud of their heritage, cultural or touristic one, or anything. We need to focus on the fact that from tourism point of view, this is tourism, of course, which is focusing on a landscape and on cultural side. So the Plan Bleu is hosting MEDEC. Who doesn't know MEDEC? MEDEC is a group of 700 scientists, physicians who are functioning according to the GIEC. This is the GIEC Mediterranean one, who is publishing, of course, different researchers concerning a certain degree of certainty. And of course, we have different other reports which were done. The first one was published, and the two others will be published the next year concerning climate change, specifically on the Mediterranean. Another point to mention, and here this is a coincidence from the east and the north, is the eighth text, which is the Mediterranean strategy for sustainable development. It exists, of course, indeed. So I've been talking about this with no treaty value. This is for indicating that we are arriving on the last strategy, which is going to be finalized on 2025. And of course, we are working on the sustainable development, which is going to start by 2026. And we would like this strategy to be applied on a better way, unlike the other one, because every country should transform this strategy on concrete actions. And of course, in this context, we are relying on the roles of civil society and the different NGOs just to support the government. And it's really important to mobilize, of course, the elaboration of this sustainable development strategy. And of course, we need to formulate it in the right way. And finally, I would like to focus on the MED 2050. Of course, Mr. Karl talked about the different actions taken in this way. In this context, the Plan Bleu for 2050 is working on perspectives, and we are going to follow on that. Since several years, we started our actions. Those are exercises of perspective for 2050 by taking into consideration, of course, 6 scenarios. I mean here the optimistic one, the middle one, and the pessimistic one. Well, the idea is not pushing the civil society to say to the government what they need to do as steps, but to focus on the different trends to be taken into consideration in order to make the development sustainable. Of course, the civil society is going to orientate, of course, the government. The last point, as Rim asked me to make the transition with the marine area, protected area, of course, ocean area. We need to focus on the blue economy, which is not well defined as a concept. We need to take into consideration both concepts, saying that everything related to coastal level or water, oceans, is something related to the blue economy and, of course, to the sustainable development. But what we are focusing here is the role of Plan Bleu, and of course the ANP are a part of the blue economy, yes or no? I mean, when it comes to the small ships and of course the fishing, I'm not going to answer this question because this is a question mark for the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guillaume Saint-Denis, for President of Plan Bleu. So now we're going to start with brief presentations, and we need a jingle, I think, just to launch the next panel. We're going to talk about biodiversity.
نحافظوا على صحتنا لبحر نبض حياتنا ومستقبل وليداتنا. كل تصرف صغير يعمل فرق كبير. يلزم البلاستيك يهديك. راهو البحر ليا وليك. لا سيزون بلو، عينك على البحر. برعاية بلو ميشن ميد، اكتيا، توتال انرجي، سيلت مارين، ساجيمكوم.
Voilà, je vais demander à Joseph.
Now I'd like to invite Mr. Joseph in order to give us a brief presentation about pollution and the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to switch to English.
Let me introduce, I'm not the president of MedCities, to clarify. I'm the Secretary General. Try to avoid internal conflicts. But we are basically an institution that is formed by 79 municipalities across the three shores of the Mediterranean region. What do? We help our members, our cities, to capacitate them to do projects that otherwise maybe would not be available or achievable for them. We try to create synergies, to share projects, to be very, very practical, and from that point of view, after that, to lobby, to share and to be the voice of local authorities in the Mediterranean. In that sense, in being very practical, and you will be asked some idea to send to the General Assembly of the United Nations. I would like to convince you, if it's possible, if you are not convinced yet, that without local authorities it's not possible to achieve the goals that we share. Because local authorities, of course, there are different degrees of local authorities, different degrees of competencies, of human and economical resources. But the idea is that since I've been a mayor myself, I know I suffered and I enjoyed it. Without local authorities are closer to citizens, are closer to the territories. They know what is happening in the territories, even if the problem is not their competence. They know how the biodiversity in the coastal belt are. They know how to communicate, how to create awareness. In some cases, they have competences to create fiscal measures, to castigate or to punish bad behaviors and to award good behaviors. They can control activities in the coastal belt to prevent biodiversity or to ignore them. So it's very important. The local authorities have a voice, have a role in, with the rest of the stakeholders. And I think that it's important. I know our president, the mayor of Montpellier, I know that it's engaged in the arena, in the forum of the United Nations. I know the United Nations is they have more awareness on the role of local authorities, but I wanted to highlight this. And maybe one idea was that without local authorities, I'm totally convinced that it's not possible to achieve our goals. So an example is our association. We do projects, as I said, but we are also members of the Ocean and Cities Network, for example, and we are boosting the coalition, and boosting, no, to be more humble, we are endorsing the coalition to end plastic pollution. We are cooperating also with the Ocean and Climate Platform, and with them we are also, we have been invited to boost the coalitions of cities engaged in the way to Nice, La Bella, to Nice 2025 in UNOC next year. So, and we are, of course, that's why we are here, we are members, partners of the Blue Mission Med project. So we have invited some of our members like Marseille, Izmir, Barcelona, the Barcelona metropolitan area, Dubrovnik. Some of them have endorsed the Charter of the Mission, as Elisabetta Balzi has said. And we want to bring this charter also to our General Assembly in November in Tanger, for the whole institution of MedCities to also give the message that we are supporting the charter from the perspective of the local authorities. This would be the main ideas that I wanted to share with you. We also endorsed in our General Assembly the Declaration of Edinburgh that I discovered. I know it's well known. It's the Declaration for the Engagement of Sub-State and Local Authorities to the protection and restoring of biodiversity. So we also endorse this declaration, the Declaration of Edinburgh. Just some ideas on how local authorities can be engaged and are, in my opinion, totally necessary. I hope and I expect that I convinced that our role is important for the whole goals that we are pursuing. Thank you very much. Shukran.
Thank you very much, Giuseppe. First of all, because indeed the role of local authority is crucial. I've been talking with Romain Trouble with this coalition that we are creating in the context of Nice of June, because this is about the cities touched by the elevation of the level of oceans. And of course, the mayor of Nice is here, and I'm coming to different proposals of MedCities. I would like to remind you that by 12 o'clock, of course, I am going to have the document to transmit to Gotero, and of course, I would like you to invite. I would like to invite you to write different ideas, even if they are crazy. I am asking Cristina Zeri, who is a scientist at the Center of Marine Research, and of course to intervene and to tell us about the treatment of biodiversity as a scientist and how she sees that. I would like to invite Cristina Zeri.
Thank you, Rim, for the whole organization. So I will show you, Fedra explained very well a while ago the Blue Mission Med project. So now I will have the opportunity to show you what we are doing, some of our results regarding the implementation of the Mission Restore Our Oceans in the Mediterranean. So as Fedra explained, can we change the slide? Okay. As Fedra explained, the project focuses on the depollution, not so much on biodiversity, and what we do. Okay, thank you. We are our consortium. As you can see, all the logos in the middle, and most of us are here today. We act as intermediates between the very local national hubs that we have set up, but also professional and industrial associations on the regional level, also high-level policy makers and institutions and scientific bodies. So we communicate the high-level strategies to the local communities so that we ensure the alignment, but at the same time, we communicate the needs and the opinions of the local actors towards the policymakers. So it is both a bottom-up and a top-down approach. During the first phase of the project, our aim is to co-design with all the community of actors the next steps, a roadmap for action for the depollution of the Mediterranean. So through workshops, questionnaires, specific dedicated interviews, we came up with 62 mature priorities that our stakeholders think we should prioritize towards a healthy Mediterranean Sea. And as Fedra mentioned, we have worked with specific sectors. So these priorities are sector specific. Some are, for example, transversal, of course. Some are universal, like, for example, the regional cooperation among cities, sectors, businesses, for the circular models, etc. As a next step, we dig down into the projects, the research and innovation projects that have been funded by the European Commission to identify those solutions that have been developed for cleaning the Mediterranean. But we have also included initiatives and best practices developed on the local or on the national level. So we came up with 83 solutions shortlisted in our portfolio. And these actually respond to the solution scopes that you can see in the slides. So most of them, more than 80% of the solutions are technological solutions, and about 20% of them, 20 or 30%, are quite mature, and they have reached a high readiness level. In our next step, we try to understand the barriers and the needs of the communities, but also of the solution providers for the implementation of these solutions. And we found out that it is not the technology that is missing, knowledge is there, but there are other dimensions like the policy one, especially on the local level, because we have the strategies, but we don't have the regulations on the local level, which are in many cases fragmented and hinder the fast implementation of the solutions. We don't have financial facilities, investments, and business models. So these are the major axes that need to be taken into consideration for future work. And this is, as Fedra explained, what we plan to do in the next phase of our project, to expand and bring together all the community of actors in the Mediterranean towards achieving the emission targets. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much, Christina. And don't forget, of course, to send me your proposals for the General Secretary of UN. We are going to ask to Clément Lavigne, who is coming from Monaco. He is director of the Oceanography Center in Monaco, and he is going to give us the 07 and his remarks concerning Mediterranean transition. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say a few words about the different councils and, of course, the different remarks and the different levels of change are shown, and we need to react in terms of biodiversity. Different works were conducted by the different actors, of course, who are gathering around the table. At the level of our oceanographical center, I would like to tell you that there is a historical engagement from Monaco in terms of the protection of oceans, the mission of Prince Albert, the signing of different conferences, agreements, and furthermore, recently, a number of different efforts under the influence of Prince Albert, the Blue Initiative, just to gather different industrials, politicians, and scientists. Today, what we are going to do, today and tomorrow, we are going to follow on our works on specific programs on oceans, which is going to be launched from now to 2030 by a focus on the 2030 actions and how our center will contribute to this exercise. From one hand, we are going to launch research for biodiversity, notably on leverage and different frames for administration for the different actions that can be done by our center. And of course, we are going to, from another hand, we are going to organize a space for involvement, for engagement. And of course, we are going to launch those actions in 2025. We need to focus on the fact that the museum is receiving more than millions of people. So we can touch more than 4 million people concerning those stakes and the taken into consideration of those challenges. Of course, we are going to focus on species, but also on ecosystems, the threats and risks on ecosystem. We are going to reconstruct an initiative on aquarium and the museum just to show our job with Malta, Istanbul, Valencia in Spain, and how to see in which way we are going to work on a common message concerning the challenges on oceans and the different solutions. We have an exploration program in Monaco with specific levels on different ports of Mediterranean by taking into consideration the opportunity of sciences, the diplomatic missions and the advocacy missions. We are going every time on a port just to deliver a message concerning the protection of oceans. And of course, we have another program, called Ocean for Everyone, just to work on the different protected areas. Those are the different actions that we are working on through our center just to deliver the message of 2030.
Thank you very much. And you can see that Monaco is highly committed with Italy and other parts of the Mediterranean in order to help push forward with the Grimaldi Forum in Palermo. We're going to have Prince Albert, President Chavez, and we're going to have this forum that's going to be really important and is going to have a strong impact. So, Clément, you talked about the protected maritime areas. Now we're going to give the floor to someone who knows the topic very well, Mr. Mahmoud Elias Hamza, the director of SPA RSC. You have 3 minutes, dear sir. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'd like to thank Saison Bleu for associating us with this important event. And talking about biodiversity, our ecosystems, generally speaking, in the coast or in the sea, are really affected and increasingly affected by human intervention and impact. And there are many policies that were put in place in order to protect the southern shore. So the ASAPDB protocol provides a regional framework for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. So we are targeting the protection of these spaces which have a natural value, of course, and of course, these areas have a Mediterranean importance. We are working on protecting fauna and flora that are threatened. Unfortunately, certain ecosystems are severely and historically impacted, which would limit what would limit the development or the further development of the protection of this environment is to try to further guarantee the upkeep of this biodiversity. Hence, and this is the main question, restoration is at the heart of restoration of our ecological system. And what we are working on is the good ecological state. And we have two possible approaches, either passive restoration or active restoration. Passive restoration means, in other words, to let natural organisms find their balance on their own, or actively restore them by human intervention, which requires specific methods of intervention. We need to know that these two approaches are taken into consideration by our strategy. And here we are asking the Mediterranean countries to draft a whole policy by 2027 to map the most threatened areas. So the restoration of most selected ecosystems by 2030. These are the main goals. Also, by 2030, the anthropic pressure put on these ecosystems would be reduced to a minimum. Finally, I'd like to say that our center, our SPARAC, we are a regional center which is part of the regional plan to protect the Mediterranean, and the SPARAC is developing directing lines and guidelines in order to help the stakeholders develop systems to protect fauna and flora and to help the restoration of the whole ecosystem, which represents a great resource for future generations. Thank you, Mahmoud, for your Mahmoud Elias, for your brief and important word. Let's go back to Tunisia, since we are in Tunisia. And anyway, we have Ms. Rania Meshergi, who is a researcher in biodiversity at the National Institute of Research in Rural Engineering, Waters and Forests. Thank you for this honorable invitation and for giving me the floor. I'm going to be as brief as possible, and we have just 3 minutes to talk about the topic. So just quick questions. First of all, we need to take into account the spatio-temporal aspect of restoration. So the question here, what are the challenges and the solutions to restore the Mediterranean Sea? So this is a question that is both spatial-temporal. So we need to support governance and to highlight and stress good governance of maritime spaces in order to further restoration, as Mr. Mahmoud Ilyas Hamza said, and the protection of protected areas and to focus on fauna and flora. Of course, there are priorities. There is the management of waste at maritime level. So this is a priority, and we need to stress this aspect. And there is a whole campaign of sensitization to conduct about this. And, of course, to target a better management of our resources. Like for Tunisia, I would mention just a case of the Royal Coral Coast of Tabarka, Um, and there is the example of the Kuriat Island, which is a protected area. It is, we can see how it is well managed. So these are two priority aspects. There is rehabilitation as well, and we need to focus on the solutions that are based on nature. And so these are the axes that we need to focus on for the restoration of the Mediterranean. Thank you very much. So you kept to 3 minutes. I'm still waiting for your messages for Mr. Gutierrez by noon. Please remember that. We're going to stay in Tunisia, and now we're going to ask Mr. Bashir, who is a teacher at so Mr. Bashir Bjawi, teacher researcher at the National Institute of Sciences and Technologies of the Sea. Thank you very much, Mr. Olivier. I'd like to thank the organizers. Thank you very much for your invitation, which would help us to share some experiences about the preservation of ecosystems in general, and which would happen before the other projects that are part of the European Union or financed by other stakeholders. So I'm Bashir Bjawi, I'm teacher researcher at the National Institute of Sciences and Technologies of the Sea, and I'm going to share just some ideas about the preservation of the ecosystems, mainly the maritime ones. And when we talk about the maritime ecosystems, I think that there is a key word, which is the importance of such ecosystems and the ecosystemic services that provides data in general. But unfortunately, these ecosystems are under a lot of pressure by a variety of activities. And maybe I'm going to just go through these aspects throughout the presentation. But I think that there is another key word, which is the degradation of the ecosystems. So this degradation is taken different aspects. So we need to think on how to restore the ecosystems, and what are the activities and the real actions that we need to conduct after the implementation of different projects and actions. I can mention some of these and some projects that we drafted together within the framework of the project. So in the presentation, I have included different elements. I'm not going to delve into details in this presentation. So as you know, ecosystems in general are various. There are continental ones, coastline, maritime, and of course the maritime ones are the most, of course, recurrent ones globally. On a regional level, there are some hot spots in the Mediterranean Sea, and of course I'm not going to go back to the statistics here, but there is an important biodiversity. We're talking about 25,000 species of plants and so on and so forth. But of course, fauna and flora represent an important ecosystem. There is the economic importance and the cultural one. So the ecosystemic services such as regulating water and climate, improving resilience, preserving biodiversity. All of these are topics that we worked on in the forum of Bizerte. And we even quantified the azote quantities that are, of course, spread in the ecosystem. In addition to the ecosystemic the services, there are, of course, other priorities like aquaculture and other activities that are ongoing right now. So now, some ideas about how to restore these ecosystems. So we need to work on the real aspect, but also the legal aspect on how to further protect the protected areas, the role of such areas, the conservation of this biodiversity. So the actions at the level of the ecosystem to be taken. So we need to adopt an ecological tourism and responsible practices, let's say, and here we're talking about, again, the tourist activities in the protected maritime areas. So, of course, we need to have efforts to reduce the gas emissions, and of course green gas, of course, and to include every possible stakeholder in the research about a better ecological states. You just still have a few seconds. So this is going to be the last part. And they show the conflict between two areas, such as the conflict between tourism and aquaculture. And on the right, you can see the conflict between tourism and industrial activities. And in Tunisia, now you can see that the degradation of the maritime situation, like erosion of the coastline, and here, just to conclude, there is some work that's been done on these topics in order to even study the exchange between the exchange of gases between the ecosystems and the sphere, and we conducted further studies in the Mediterranean areas. Here, this is we can see just a work done on identifying certain factors to identify the effects of these factors on the ecosystem, and we even developed how to use artificial intelligence in our work. All of these are activities that were conducted at the level of our institute, and of course you can check the presentation later for further information. Thank you very much for your invitation.
Thank you very much, Bashir. So this is the first part concerning the biodiversity. Is going to be finalized by Meher Mahjoub in a few minutes, because we are going to make a small travel trip. We are going to refresh from Atlantic coast, because as we are in Bizerte, in a forum of ocean, no need to put the music. Otherwise, This is going to be Cherbourg. So this is the Great Ocean. Please lower the music, and we are going to have on broadcast our friends who are going to talk about Cherbourg. But while waiting, know that Patricia Ricard, De Carlo, and Naik are going to talk furthermore about the biodiversity issue. Mahe, I would like to listen from you, about the biodiversity, because after the we are going to work on the UNICEN in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. So after a few weeks, UNICEN and the UNOC are going to be related. You have 3 minutes. Thank you very much, Mr. Olivier. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, Ms. Reem and all the team, for the excellent organization and also for the sustainability of such initiatives since several years, which is showing the importance of maintaining all the mobilization of actors in order to talk about the very important issues in order to preserve the health of our oceans, of our seas, and the responsibility that we have in terms of the different actions to take into consideration. First of all, I would like to tell you that I am working on the intergovernmental organization created in 1948, which is Louisiana. The Central of Mediterranean is located on Malaga with 250 members representing the different governments, the civil society, also to support the importance that we should have both actors, governmental entities, and of course the civil society, like it is the title of this session. Well, the second information that we shared this morning about the observation, I would like to add research conducted by Louisiana about plastic Mediterranean, by taking into consideration the pollution made by plastics, showing that 230,000 tons of plastic are put on the oceans. Just to show you, it's almost 5,000 containers which are on the ocean, just to show you the importance of the intervention that we need to structure and to organize together. As I told you, the governments and the civil society members, the Mediterranean is a hotspot, like it was said this morning, not only hotspot concerning the climate change, but also we need to take into consideration the climate heat 20 times more than other planets, but also the biodiversity, where the space of the fauna and flora are, of course, marking the exceptional, this shared space. Concerning the different proposals, or suggestions, Mr. Olivier, I know that you are waiting from us to provide those information, but I would like to suggest to work furthermore about on the different techniques of mastering the or the marine level. We need to work furthermore on techniques of oceans and how to manage that, how to work on capacity buildings. So we need to work with different scientific authorities or entities in order to spread those techniques of restoring oceans. The second point is to continue, like Mr. Elias said, the good governance of the marine oceans, protected areas, and we need to reinforce the east and west, of course. We are going to focus on different other levels, and of course, because we are going to take into consideration the different changes. Thank you very much, Stefan. Do you have any other questions? And of course, we have only 2 minutes, but then we are going to connect to Tunisia. We need, of course, to work on that. And of course, we should talk about different points. So I am going to focus on Abu Dhabi next October, and of course I am inviting you to participate, to submit your proposals. This is 2 or 3 days of a forum, and this forum is going to focus on the shared ideas, of course, concerning oceans and concerning the different other issues related to oceans, and the World Framework of Biodiversity. I know that was conducted through different actions from different centers who are going to support the country also, just to arrive or to reach the 30% in order to answer the needs of the country. The last point to mention, there are different events which are held at this context, and maybe we should have a platform just to gather all the active actors and to make it possible for them to gather for those different seasons regarding the ocean protection. Thank you very much. So before
joining our colleagues to conclude this panel on biodiversity, we are going to cross the ocean and leave the Mediterranean to the Atlantic and to reach Cherbourg, which is a beautiful place. Maybe you can tell us about Cherbourg and where it is located in France and why you're interested in it. So it is on the northwest of France, on the border with England, and in Cherbourg in Cherbourg we have the strongest current. Thank you, and I think that we are all connected with our colleague Dominique online. I think that you are talking, but we can't hear you. Yes, perfectly. So we are applauding you from the city of the sea. So thank you very much for being here on the third edition with UNOC. So why are you there and who is with you? So here I think it's warmer than Cherbourg. So what's the temperature in Cherbourg today? I think it's 15, 16 degrees. So here at the northmost point in Africa, so it's an important continent, and we have been working for the past 7 years on this Forum of the Sea with Pascal Lamy, who's the president of La Saison of the World Maritime Forum, Bizerte, and with Ms. Rim, head of La Saison Bleue. So we are focusing on the southern shore of the Mediterranean and with the countries of the Maghreb, which can help preserve this common ocean, this common sea. So today we are in Bizerte to try to track the path line that's going to lead us to Nice, since we are going to meet in Nice, and I'm really glad that the Grand Océan is going to be in charge of the, or is going to be part of the United Nations meeting that's going to take place in France. And here we have around 60 experts from the whole world, and we have a lot of tenacity in order to restore biodiversity in the Mediterranean Sea. We have a small gift for you. We have a testimony of a fisherman from the Mediterranean Sea. Maybe you don't have that in Cherbourg. We're going to share this with you. Let's watch. So, hello everyone, welcome to Bizerte. I'm Abdelmanam Kharbesh. I was born in 66. I left school, I dropped out of school in 82, and I worked with my father who was a fisherman, and it's a family legacy. We are just 3 families of Kharbesh in Bizerte, and some of us sold their boats because of financial conditions. In Bizerte, we used to have just 10 boats that nourished Bizerte and even the capital. And we used to have a lot of fish, and even the season was organized, and the fishermen respected the seasons of fishing, and fish was abundant. But now, unfortunately, unorganized fishing methods have destroyed the coral reef, and they even start fishing near the coasts, and they just pick everything on their path.
المحيط الطقس وعباد ياسر اللي هذا يغفص كيما جا شباك تقعد بالجمعة بعيد.
So we need to have to have better and greater respect for our sea, and to even go back to the traditional means, But unfortunately now everyone think themselves of being a fisherman, and they don't respect the seasons, and this exhausts the seas. So we suppose that you understood Arabic in Cherbourg. So this fisherman who was really angered with, and he's not angry against you, of course, but he was angry about the situation of the Mediterranean Sea. So what he was saying is that he learned the trade from his father and grandfather before him, and unfortunately, with climate change and since even the expansion of the practicing of trawling, all of this has exhausted the seas, and climate change, pollution, trawling, all of this has, of course, exhausted the seas, and most fishermen even sold their boats since fishing is no longer, of course, possible, and doesn't provide them with financial means. Thank you very much for this summary. Françoise Guy, who's here, and here is going to say something. Maybe we can something about the Foundation Tarak, which was started here and which was created in Cherbourg, and maybe we can give him the floor. Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm really glad to be with you in Cherbourg, and I've been coming to Cherbourg for the past 3 years. So we are represented here in Bizerte as well, and because we are all interested in the same cause. The Mediterranean Sea is really important since all of the pressures can be manifested in the sea, and you know that in the past in mining we used to have great risks and threats in mining. Now those threats are as important, metaphorically, in the Mediterranean Sea. So in the Mediterranean Sea, we can see all the challenges and risks, plastic pollution, chemical pollution, and I think plastic pollution should be part of chemical pollution at the end of the day. Also, there are the challenges of cultural challenges as well in the Mediterranean Sea. We have 3 different cultures, 3 monotheistic religions even, and so we need to be able to work together. North-south shores need to work together, and to work together as a lab even. Of course, the Mediterranean Sea used to be even more polluted with black spots, with sewage even, but now the whole northern shore has been cleansed, and this, of course, these are great success stories. Red tuna is back even in the Mediterranean. Transportation it has become even more green, let's say, by reducing speeds. Also, there have been great efforts to fight against illegal fishing practices, of course. So I'd like to salute all of the stakeholders from, even we have representative from Barcelona, and of course it's really amazing that everyone is working from different regions, from different countries on the same topic. In Cherbourg, at the UNOC, at Nice, and in different regions, and I hope that's going to be more important.
Thank you very much, Romain, for this presentation. I have a question actually for you. Well, when the first expedition of Tara for the station is planned, of course, when it comes to Cherbourg, we are constructing a new ship. I mean, a kind of a small ship, which is on France, and of course, it is going to be sent to the polar part, just to go on the different shores, just to see the change in terms of climate change and the new species, and of course just to see the different stakes, and of course the protection of Antarctic, which was one of the most important action on the table. This is going to start on 2026 to 2028, and then we are going to integrate to support the next decade for the cryosphere, which was launched throughout the tenacity of Olivier and One Planet Polar Summit of the last year. Thank you very much, Romain Troublé. Right now we are going to give the floor to Françoise Gaille, who is going to present the platform Ocean Climate from the program Cities. Well, yes, of course, we have the platform on climate, and we have the program of cities on the platform. I just wanted to rebound during 2 minutes on the idea that pushed us to create this platform, which was initially to promote the ocean during the Agreement of Paris. And of course, there was, with Romain, Tara, with Patrice Ricard, with Soft Rider, and of course the coaster, the maritime coaster with France. This is the momentum which was after the Forum of Oceans, which constructed, of course, a committee with different helps from different governmental services and entities, other associations who introduced, of course, the ocean on the Agreement of Paris. And then we had this proposal of making a special report concerning the ocean, and of course which was realized in association with the cryosphere and the oceans at a large, meaning, like Romain said, and of course after those actions, after the publishing of this report, which was a reference till today concerning the JAC, we estimated that undoubtedly different parameters could be important in terms of observing a new action or a new philosophy. So this philosophy of knowing to act was the conducting point of creating cities. And of course, our colleague who was part of the foundation, Albert de Monaco, was the first one who suggested to make a state of art to help us, not as scientists, to make different actions to adapt to the elevation of the level of water or seas or oceans. So in this context, I would like to mention the different figures which were mentioned by the GIEC in this conference from the very beginning, and I would like to congratulate them. Of course, we would like to congratulate Stefan Costa for that. And of course, I just wanted to congratulate the elected persons because I am seeing that this action of the territory was taken into consideration with a very good future, which can be an example for different other French territories. And of course, in terms of the platform of climate and the program cities, it was the occasion to say how at the international level we can go through the national territory, I mean the different regional territories, to the international level. I mean, how can we adopt a vision for a strategy, UN strategy, concerning the elevation of the level of seas or oceans. And this kind of showing the stakes to take into consideration, we wanted to stress our efforts on certain parts of the platform, like the Center of Research in the city of Rochelle, which wasn't a mega city, but it was, of course, connected to different networks at international level. So we wanted to connect those smaller cities to the different other cities at the same territory and to propose different actions at the European level, for example, and then at the American level. Why not at the African level also? And, by the way, we have a rise of this program, which was funded by the private sector, notably just to realize a mapping of problems and forecasted solutions, which can be realized, of course. I find, personally, the effort which was allocated on the platform of climate is developed on a remarkable way, and the UNOC is going to be the momentum where we are going to see a good presentation, certainly with a coalition which can allow, of course, a real strategy for all cities. Thank you very much, Françoise. You wanted to react, Dominique. I just wanted to thank Françoise to be here. So I think she is a counselor with the UNERAC. Well, I just wanted to say that Françoise was our wise expert, so she's still wise, but you can't be with us tomorrow. So the question that I wanted to ask is that the different examples that you were giving, in which way they are transposable or can be duplicated on other cities, because when it comes to Asia, America, Africa, each continent has specifications, so we need to take into consideration the differentiations between different strategies. For example, in Netherlands, you are not going to have the same strategy because from digital or technological point of view, we are going to position ourselves against oceans, not with the oceans. But in other regions where delta presence, of course, the digital level is really important. And what I saw this morning is the fact of taking different actions concentrated at a certain type of philosophy, political philosophy, which is really interesting. We are going to connect with Olivier Poivre d'Arvor. Thank you very much, Françoise. I have a last question for you, Mr. Olivier. I know that you are going to follow on the sessions. Which is the message that you want to deliver, Mr. Olivier, in this city of mer or city of ocean? I just wanted to rebound on what Mr. Pascal Lamy is doing, because he is chairing, of course, this forum. He is following the different actions in terms of coast, rather in a Mediterranean or Atlantic facade. So we are constructing an involved committee. What has been created in Cherbourg is really remarkable, but I'm going to ask Pascal to deliver the needed message from Bizerte. Good morning, everyone, to Cherbourg. I hope that you have right now understood why I'm not in Cherbourg. Well, just to tell you that I am in Bizerte, but I find my old actions as a sailorman. Of course, if you are going to draw a line from Bizerte and Cherbourg, it's going through Nice. The message is as simple as that. We are working, all of us, right now, and I would like to seize this occasion to thank very much Françoise for the efforts. And of course, she worked a lot. And she managed this cohort, which is going to appear on a very good condition in Nice. Thank you, Françoise. And I would like to tell her also that I remember Cherbourg last year, this digital twin of oceans that you intrigued a lot, that has intrigued you a lot. I am watching you nodding your head, but I would like to tell you that we are in a state of demonstrating this prototype, our first element of a twin, which is going to work not at the same level of the final version of next year's, but we are going, of course, to overcome the difficulties thanks to the efforts of the European Union. This scientific step will be the accelerator of what is happening, to face what is happening on our hemisphere, oceans and seas. We need it a lot just to end up the degradation or the degrading of our oceans that we still notice in Bizerte, in Cherbourg, and also I hope that we are going together again in Nice. I wish you success for your works in Cherbourg. We started by saying, of course, that we are not on the same space. I would like to finalize by saying that we still on the same space, actually.
Thank you very much, Pascal Lamy, for this conclusion. So we'd like to thank you all, and we're going to applaud you from the great auditorium of the Forum of the Sea in Cherbourg. Olivier, Pascal Lamy, Françoise Guy, and Dominique. So we thank you, and we wish you a great, successful journey. Day, sorry.
Donc avec... oui, Dominique, vous voulez me dire? Ah oui, il continue. Eh bien, je demande d'accueillir le président de la Cité de la Mer, Monsieur Frédéric Moncagny de Saint-Aignan, pour la conclusion de cette première matinée. Merci beaucoup.
C'est quand même pas mal parce que vous avez un forum, enfin 2 forums pour le prix d'un, donc voilà.
So this is a great deal, I think, that you have 2 fora for the price of 1. So we're now going to travel beyond Cherbourg, and we're going to reach the Indian shores, and we're going to reach Pont-de-Chéry, Suetin, who is part of the group of experts, and of course he's part of Pont-de-Chéry, and he's going to share with she's going to share with us Shweta Naik. Can you hear me, please? Can you hear us, please?
I can.
What time is it now in Pont-de-Chéry?
It is 3:30 p.m.
And how is the weather? Is that humid? Is that hot? Or?
Well, weather is
Great.
I'm eco, so I don't know what to do.
The floor is yours, please. Can you hear us?
Give me a moment.
Please.
Yeah. So the weather is a bit crazy because, can you hear me?
Yes, excellent.
So the weather is acting a bit crazy here. Whole day it's very, very hot and humid, and every night there's a thunderstorm. This is not a mango season, but my mango tree has riped, and we have some new mangoes coming out. So that is a clear indication of climate change. But now I would like to formally say my hello to RIM and Ambassador Oliver, because you have given me this opportunity to come today and talk about the challenges which I face and the topics which I feel are most important to us living in this region in the global south. I'm really inspired by the story of the fisherman who came on a screen and spoke about how his traditional fishing is now there no more because of the current challenges which we are facing. So this brings me to all of you with the urge to empower the South through inclusive ocean restoration. I really want to address a challenge that affects all of us, but is especially critical for the global South: the restoration of our oceans. Oceans are not just ecosystems; they're lifeline, especially for coastal communities whose livelihood, culture, and survival depend on them. However, to restore our ocean and ensure their future health, we must recognize a fundamental truth. Until we fully include coastal communities in our effort, our bigger objective of ocean restoration cannot be achieved. We must be inclusive. And why I'm saying this? Because I work with the local fishing communities and also with the scientists who are trying to tap up that knowledge into our research. And what we are seeing here is that they carry a traditional knowledge which comes to them and passed on to them through generations. But with the effect of climate change, they lack the scientific solutions, and there is a void, a gap with the scientific community and their traditional knowledge. Coastal communities are often the frontline guardian of marine ecosystem with traditional knowledge that has been this wisdom, built on a deep connection to the sea, offer practical and sustainable solutions. Yet these communities are also the most vulnerable, facing the brunt of climate change impacts like sea erosion, which is very, very common in Pondicherry, where I live, changing fish populations and ocean pollution. They are key to the solution, but they cannot succeed alone. That's why it is essential that established institutions partner with these communities, combining scientific knowledge with traditional practices. Together, they can create strategies that are both innovative and rooted in local experience. But this inclusivity must go beyond knowledge sharing. It means ensuring that coastal communities are actively involved in decision making, policy formulation, and the implementation of ocean restoration initiatives. These communities must not be treated as beneficiaries of change, but as partners and leaders in driving that change. One of the most urgent challenges we face is the growing threat of pollution. Much of this pollution doesn't even start at the ocean. It starts upstream in our rivers, which carry waste, toxic runoff into the sea. If we are to truly tackle pollution, we must address the health of rivers and the processing communities far from the coast. However, coastal communities often bear the heaviest burden. Therefore, restoring ocean means connecting dots between rivers, coast, and the ocean, involving everyone from those living inland to those on the shoreline. In closing, I want to stress ocean restoration cannot happen in silo. It requires an inclusive approach that brings together governments, scientific institutions, traditional knowledge, and the voices of coastal communities. Only then we can achieve our larger objective of a healthy, thriving ocean for generations to come. Let's commit to working hand in hand, ensuring that those most connected to the ocean are at the heart of our efforts to protect it. Let us all moved by the fishermen who came on the screen. Let us work together to create a future where our ocean thrive, where traditional knowledge is respected, and where science empowers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much,
That you
Sweta.
include Ambassador Oliver, give, be very inclusive when it comes to coastal communities and their traditional knowledge at the UN Ocean Conference at Nice. Thank you.
Very soon. Je vais donner la parole.
So now we will give the floor to Mr. Di Carlo, Giuseppe Di Carlo, sorry, director of PW Bartarelli. Thank you, Olivier. Thank you, Reem, for giving me the opportunity. I'm going to switch to English.
I think a lot has been said this morning about the challenge, the opportunity, and I wanted to bring some of the good example of restoration for the Mediterranean, but Roman has already said that. So I will just come back to the issue of MPAs and trying to make a link with UNOC next year. We obviously have a very good policy framework. We spoke about the Barcelona Convention. We spoke about the sub-bio with the SPARAC director here. And we obviously have the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. So we have the tools to be able to manage biodiversity effectively, and I hope that we will consider making significant progress on the signature and ratification of the BBNJ agreement. So I also hope that UNOC is a moment for the Mediterranean where the countries will show that there is progress in signing onto the agreement, ratifying the agreement, and also start considering that the Mediterranean has quite a number of ICs pockets, despite, there's sometimes a little bit of confusion about that. And so how do we use, once the treaty comes into force, that treaty effectively? On MPAs, I think it's been said, but I'll try to go one step further. There is obviously too few, too far apart, too small. And we had a moment in the probably 90s and 2000 where we make significant progress on MPAs, but we've been stuck at the 9.8, let's say 10%, just to be positive for quite some time. And so if we had to make significant progress towards the 30 by 30 target, let alone try to do it within the timeline set by the CBD, that would be an impossible task. So we obviously need the ambition, and I really appreciated Pascal's point on the fact that we do have political challenges ahead of us. And so the question of how do we resolve those political challenges? As a Mediterranean citizen that works globally, I'm often frustrated by the lack of ambition sometimes of the countries. And so part of my work, and I hope that's also part of everybody else's work, is to try to bring the ambition in a region that has the unique opportunity of a conference such as the UN Ocean Conference next year. My fear as a person has dedicated a good part of his life is that we will look at UNOC behind and there will be no progress for the Mediterranean. So that will really be my pledge. So I think there's the opportunity to shift the narrative on MPAs. We need a new generation of MPAs. I also appreciated the fact that perhaps we need to look at MPAs in the context of sustainable development. That was a point made by Guillaume. Perhaps larger MPAs offer an opportunity for a broader vision on how we integrate biodiversity conservation, no-take zones, which obviously we need fully protected areas to create the benefits that we need. But at the same time, when you have a larger ocean space, then you're able to be a bit more inclusive in the way you approach marine spatial planning, to use a bit of a technical word. So one of the things we're trying to do, since Bizerte has worked a lot on large MPAs around the world, is to look at broader sub-regions where countries might work together, also paving the way towards IC's MPAs. And so maybe a broader cooperation that promotes good practices in a moment that obviously the optics on the Mediterranean aren't always positive, might be a way to do marine conservation with the newer approach. I finished by coming to your requests, Olivier, of having ideas for next year. First of all, it's very good that we have a day dedicated to the Mediterranean. I'm hoping that we make good use of that day, so that it's not a day of celebration and sort of patting ourselves on the shoulder, but also a day of ambition, a day that sets the way forward for the Mediterranean, but also a day where we celebrate a few wins, right? There is opportunities to declare new MPAs. There is opportunities to sign the BBNJ agreement. There is opportunity to perhaps to look at a regional agreement for protecting Posidonia. There is the opportunity to perhaps look at some of the shark species, which we're still very lucky to have, by the way. And as stressed as the Mediterranean is, it's incredible that we continue to have a healthy whale population, a healthy monk seal population, some few healthy shark population. So those are things that I think we could put as part of the ambition that we need. I finish by saying we have pretty much 6 months to be able to shape that. And so we need to be able to use every moment like this one to be able to raise that ambition, to call on the countries to come with that ambition. Thank
you.
Bettarelli Foundation, and pass my regards to Donna, and who has a special relation with Tunisia, as some of you know. Nous allons conclure cette.
So we're going to conclude this quite lengthy panel, and we're going to go back to the Mediterranean Sea, and we're going to resume with Professor Ricard, who is the president of the Oceanographic Institute, Paul Ricard. So we'd like to thank Patricia for helping us to concluding with important information. Thank you very much, Olivier, Rim, and Pascal, for organizing this forum. So I'd like to show you a photo. This is the location of our work. In 2026, we're going to celebrate our 60th anniversary there, or anniversary of the center. And I think that the idea that you can transfer to Mr. Gutierrez is to inform him of transforming this Mediterranean Sea into an open university that of success stories of what's already in work and what could be implemented. We have the same scenery, same biodiversity, and we can even go faster together. So to go back to our success in the past years, Cassis nowadays is a national park. We are conducting, of course, a follow-up on all of the projects conducted there. In the 70s, there were no purification stations in France, and there were emissions of sewage, water, and even industrial waste in the sea without any purification. But now we have improved the water quality for swimming or for drinking, thanks to great efforts. Also, we need to promote success. We have started conducting inventories that have helped us develop a fishing system that is more sustainable and that would help us tackle the topic of fishing and by favoring small-scale ecological fishing practices. I'm also part of the generation that worked on cleaning beaches, but now it's become science and it's become even a legal matter by implementing punishment for offenses. It's no longer a matter of personal initiatives. So what we are doing and what we are succeeding in is a matter of a partnership between everyone. And we have academic partners, economic partners, businesses, agriculture, and farmers. We need to have unions, syndicates, and of course the different institutions. Once you have all of these pillars together, you can advance knowledge, governance, finance, and social and societal acceptance. You have all of these in Tunisia, in France, but this Mediterranean Sea, with this closed sea that is shared between different countries, I think it requires better cooperation, and more people are looking for indicators to measure biodiversity, and the best indicator is just life in the sea. And it's pointless to restore areas if we don't stop pollution, if we don't stop gas emissions, and this is the approach to share. Also, something that I'd like to highlight: the pollution that's been killing biodiversity. Biodiversity is the source of our innovation, bioremediation, biotechnology, biomimesis. All of this represents the shortest path towards restoration of the ecosystem. And we need to share our knowledge, and we need to share our knowledge to preserve this common life. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. I'll be expecting your note for the Secretary General of the United Nations. I think that we are missing quite important initiatives. Now we're going to move to the scientific panel, maybe with some music in the background to give us some encouragement.
On a un message parce que venu à Paris de Bizerte.
We have a message from
take part, albeit virtually, at this important Forum Mondial de la Mer, Bizerte, which is really focusing on the role of regions, and in this case, particularly Africa, in the run-up to the very important UN Ocean Conference in France next year. The role of ocean science and knowledge to support the achievement of SDG 14 will be key pillars of UNOC, and I would like to thank France and Costa Rica as co-hosts for ensuring that issues of science and knowledge are prominent throughout the conference and in the pre-conference events. I note, however, that we have challenges. Particularly, challenges persist in Africa, in least developed countries, and in small island development states in relation to an equal capacity, an equal access to capacity development opportunities to generate locally relevant knowledge, access to data, technology, applications and services that would allow the use of the ocean science and knowledge. In addition to access, of course, to financial and other essential resources and infrastructure, such as research vessels and other observation equipment. There are also challenges with ocean literacy amongst policy and decision makers. So the agenda we have before us towards the UN Ocean Conference is a big one. But the UNOC is a unique opportunity to address these challenges, and we are looking forward to an inclusive and geographically diverse conference that can bring together government, civil society, industry, philanthropy, and others to identify new partnerships and opportunities for collaboration and cooperation. We need to level the playing field. We need to ensure that the next and the last 5 years of SDG 14 implementation make significant strides in inclusivity, equity, and diversity. The Ocean Decade, the Decade for Ocean Science, can provide a framework to assist this, building on the priorities from the first Global Ocean Decade Conference in Barcelona. Those priorities are identified in the Barcelona Statement. We have a dedicated Ocean Decade Africa Task Force overseeing implementation of the Ocean Decade Africa Roadmap for science and knowledge priorities, and the implementation of a dedicated program for Africa that focuses on the challenge of building a sustainable ocean economy, which includes human well-being and natural resource management. In this context, we are developing targeted partnerships with partners to increase access to financial and in-kind resources for African ocean professionals. Work of the decade also takes into account the unique needs of younger generations working in ocean science that require capacity development and professional career paths in Africa. The Ocean Decade is also working to ensure that indigenous and local community knowledge is valued and used to inform policy and decision making. Now, one major challenge underpinning all of this is finance and the need for more investment in ocean knowledge, more investment in ocean action. Development cooperation today, while seeing some progress in terms of development assistance for ocean, is still pathetic. But in this context, I would like to remind participants that the OECD, the Forum for Donor Coordination, is now working towards UNOC to develop a first guidance for development cooperation for the ocean. This should be seen as by the ocean community as an opportunity to engage And I would like to encourage everyone to work towards the UNOC in dialogue with development partners to put the ocean much more prominently on the development collaboration agenda. I look forward to working with all partners in Africa to advance discussions and collaborations so that the UN Ocean Conference marks a major step forward in recognizing and optimizing the unique skills, knowledge and experiences of African stakeholders in our collective ambition to leave no one behind in the fulfillment of SDG 14. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ergesen, who plays an important role with the ACOE and for the probable production of this platform that we have already talked about. So now we have an interesting panel of scientists. And I'm going to ask my neighbor, Marina Levy, to talk about the kind of sciences that we need. I need to present you first, but then again, you are well famous. So we are counselor at about the oceans at the IRD. I'm really pleased to be among you this year again. And I'm really touched by the fact that you have allocated a whole panel for science this year. So I would like to talk about why we need science. And I have three main messages to transmit. We need science because the ocean matter needs to be approached scientifically. And of course, we need to develop 3 points. First, science is necessary to identify problems, but more importantly, to measure the impact. So it's about measuring the impact, and we need to conduct this with the different maritime stakeholders, since oceanography is not just one science, but a multitude of sciences, mathematical, physics, AI, geometry, and so on and so forth. So we need to work with all of the stakeholders. We need to work on different, of course, facets in order to measure the problems. And I'll give you just one example of a study conducted at the level of our institute, in which we reduced the fishing efforts in one area of the Mediterranean, and we noticed that the stock of fish was not renewing or being renewed as we expected. And this could be explained by the fact that climate change has the same effect as overfishing. So we need to tackle different aspects of the problem in order to measure the global behavior of the maritime ecosystem. The second advantage is that science helps finding innovative solutions, but also to evaluate the efficiency. It's not enough to innovate solutions and try to implement them. We need to make sure that they are efficient. If you are a water particle and you're going to travel the whole world, it would take you 1,000 years to go back to your original spot. So this means that all of the oceans and seas are connected. So we need to measure the ocean globally. We need to observe the ocean in the long term and everywhere. We need to understand its physics, its chemistry, and of course for this, the Mediterranean Sea is an ideal spot for research. and it is the best place where we could hope to increase the sphere of our study. We know that the western side is more known than the eastern side. The northern side is more known than the southern one. So we need to work with all of the countries of the Mediterranean basin. The third message is that we need to protect science itself. We need to make sure that there are ongoing funding for this research, and we need to respect the word of science and use it rigorously. We know that science is usually contested from one country to another, so we need to fight together to preserve science and its integrity. We're not going to use science in order to create a media buzz, but as scientists, we are really frustrated with pseudoscientific information being shared and used. So we are going to insist on the verification of the sources of every information that is going to be published. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marina. You need to write something for Mr. Guritas because he is wishing to have your words. Right now, we are going to ask for Andrea Straconescu-Olteanu, who is chief of the unit within the European Union. Of course, the European Commission, General Directorate of Maritime and Fishing Affairs. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for allowing me to be here for the first time. I'm pleased. From my side, as a responsible of innovation, investment, and development, I think that they are elements which are key elements which can be connected. What about the sciences? How sciences can help us to reach our objectives regarding oceans? I'm talking about oceans because we are talking here about seas and the different watersheds in this context. So how the science can help us? First of all, we need to know oceans, to know seas. And in this context, we need data. Data are the basis, of course, which allow us to make the different projects and to develop different energies in this context. So we are lacking knowledge in this context, and we need to access more data, especially when it comes to Mediterranean Sea. Not only this issue, but also if we want to reach the gas emission level announced by the European Commission or the European Union, of course, we need to have those data available. So when it comes to the legislation regarding the nature restoring, we need to have 90% of the salty waters. Well, we ignore that. We need, of course, to restore at least 30% of different maritime or marine places in poor conditions. And of course, we ignore that. And if we are not knowing that, of course, we are going to misestimate. When it comes to the economic development, we need to understand the blue carbon. And of course, we need to understand the coastal ecosystem. Well, we know that we have the potential in terms of the storage of CO2 thanks to the human intervention, but we ignore the data. We need data and we need different research projects. Concerning the research projects, we are dealing with impressive funds which are allocated by the European Union in this context. And at the end of each project, the data are not gathered once the project is finalized those are still in the closets. And of course, we need to understand our oceans, and we need to understand the different results of research to be published and to be replicated throughout the world. Well, science is more complicated than we understand, of course, in terms of what we need to follow just to make it fruitful. It's great that at the European Union level we are going to have a commissioner for ocean. It's really great to have a commissioner in charge of a certain region just to address different challenges. But maybe we need to focus on the methodology, how to focus on a governance of oceans that is going to allow us to collaborate more efficiently. At the level of European Union, you heard the mission of Blue Oceans. It's not only from this side, but the Investment European Bank. We are focusing on proper funds regarding the pollution of rivers, which is impacting the oceans. We know that Nile, for example, in Egypt, is versing a big quantity of plastic waste, so we need to focus on solutions regarding that. The last point, of course, is to relate sciences to working together, how to connect the different projects, how to share information, how to share data, and how to share sciences, how to work collectively, because working on an isolated way, of course, is not going to be effective. We need to have a science impact. We need to produce the impact in order to give the place to a change. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Andrea. As you said, it will be extremely important to write it down to Mr. Guterres. Of course, the European Union should ask the United Nations, of course, to work. We are going near the island French, near Nice, with Mr. Jean-Pierre. We can't hear you, Mr. Jean-Pierre, but we see you. We have both right now. It's perfect. Are you in Villefranche? Yes. What's the weather over there? Well, it's wonderful weather after a hurricane or thunder yesterday. So you are on a developing country, and we are on a less developed country right now. Yes. So you, as a researcher, of course, you've been talking about different Mediterranean actions, and you are the co-chair on Ocean Congress conference. This is the biggest one, which is going to gather 2,000 scientists all over the world, which is going to be before the United Nations Ocean Conference. Of course, I would like to mention that this forum of Bizerte is accessible to thousands and thousands of people in French and English. So you have the floor for 4 or 5 minutes just to address your message from Nice to Bizerte. Well, do you see my presentation? We are seeing, of course, the very beginning of the presentation. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make this presentation. Well, I'm going to present the special event, the One Ocean Science. Well, as you can see here, Science for Action, just to rebound or to follow on what Ms. Marina Levy said. I'm going to focus on the different topics topics. The topics that we are going to focus on are 10, defined by the International Scientific Committee, and of course this is related directly to multilateral questions, negotiations, forums, or conventions that are existing already, which were mentioned, of course, on my right side. I'm not going through all of this, but we are going to talk about the international plan regarding, I'm going to mention fishing, for example, sustainability, equitability, and safety of ocean-based food system, the marine plastic pollution, maritime transport, and the decarbonization of shipping, vibrant science to inform and support ocean actions, of course, the deep ocean. All of those topics are going to be treated by more than 2,000 sciences, or scientists. So we defined those topics which are going to be the pillars for the UNOC 3. So the totality of action panel is going to be focused on blue economy, because we have the special event which was dedicated for that, which is going to be dedicated for that, and mentioned by Olivier, which is going to be held, of course, in Monaco. So we need to make here the general structure, I mean, the participation of the Global South, the gender balance, the participation of early career scientists, and we have higher ambition, financial support of 200 participants from low and middle income countries. We are facing troubles actually to find the right fund for those participants. We are going to have 6 plenary keynote talks, 2 per day, I mean 6 in total. We are going to have 11 parallel sessions in different rooms. And of course, we are going to maximize the time and the space by having what we can call town halls, like round tables, panels, or workshops at lunchtime. And finally, we are going to have 3 dedicated poster sessions. Well, concerning the program, this is my last slide, of course. The call of abstracts is going to be published this Sunday up until 14th of December, which is going to characterize the next year through the Committee of Scientists. So, and we are going to have the presentations which are going to constitute the program. Well, and the last September is going to characterize the gathering of the responsibles. Thank you very much from Nice. There is no session specific to Mediterranean or researchers of Mediterranean, but we can have, of course, communications or abstracts or specific sessions for Mediterranean Sea. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much. Vidar, go home because we already hear you. Well, I hope that they are going to find water and electricity for the conference. Otherwise, Tunisia is going to help for Nice. We are going to ask Ward Appletons after Vidar, who is specialist of informatics system of the COE. Well, I am going to talk in English.
Much faster. First of all, I would very much like to second what Marina and Andrea said. We need much more observations and much more data. So the IUC, the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission of UNESCO, was established in 1960. We have 150 member states, and the core activity of IUC was to coordinate ocean science, do observations in a coordinated, systematic way, work together by countries, but most of all, share the data and archive the data so that they are not lost. Without the data, without open access to data, there's very little we can know about. And we have one ocean that is also mentioned. So we need to be able to combine all the data and information. And I'm responsible for OBIS, the Ocean Biodiversity Information System, which is 24 years old now. It's not a new kid in town. It was established by the Census of Marine Life and adopted by IOC in 2009. We integrate biodiversity observations of marine species. We have almost 200,000 species, 130 million observations, and the volume of data that we are integrating is exploding. In the last 4 years, we received the same amount of data that we received in the first 20 years of the life of OBIS. And that's mostly because lots of eDNA data, lots of tracking data, lots of imaging and video data. And it's so, the fact that we integrate and make it accessible is so important because assessments like the IOC State of the Ocean report, the IPBES assessments, we have the Global Biodiversity Framework under the CBD, lots of targets. Countries will need access to data to be able to report on the implementation of these frameworks. And I'm going to show a bit if we integrate that information, what information do we have and what can we say about this? So I'm now focusing on the Mediterranean. So we have about 3 million observations of almost 14,000 marine species. I'm sure this is the top of the iceberg, but that's what we are working on. So at the top you see the number of records, at the bottom you see the number of species. And they are aggregated by grid cells of 15 by 15 kilometers. So you can see there are some places where we have more than 1,000 species just in 15 by 15 kilometers. But you can also see the gaps which are highlighted in white. In OBIS, as I say, we integrate the information, but we also combine it and with climate variables, and then we use that for modeling to have species distribution range maps. We develop risk analysis and risk assessments and early detection, early warning systems, for example, for marine invasive species. We develop indicators and also see how marine protected areas are doing. These are the data from Copernicus service. We have access to the seawater surface temperature. So the annual temperature, for example, in these 4 places, you can see from 1990 up to now there is an increase. I don't know. I don't think I have to convince everybody that we know the sea is warming up. But there are also projections like the SSP3 projection by 2040, by 2050, which is basically next week. We will have an increase of 1 degree Celsius in the Mediterranean. This is the annual mean temperature. I've heard, we have heard temperatures more than 30 degrees already. Of course, this is going to have a big impact on marine biodiversity. So what we do is we plot the distribution of species by temperature. So you can clearly see there is an optimum of the species around 20 degrees. But there are some observations which we call the above 95% percentile. So only 5% of the species occur in that temperature, which is the red zone. And we consider all the species that are in the red zone are undergoing heat stress. Yeah, they don't like that temperature. And then we can see how many species are currently undergoing heat stress, are really at the limit, the boundary of their thermal limit at the moment in the Mediterranean. And we can see that on the basis of OBIS data, of course, already 10% of the species are experiencing heat stress, and the place that they live is not really suitable anymore for those species. And that is going to increase even more. I think we are adding 300 species by 2040, 2050, under the SSP3 scenario, which is a medium to high risk scenario. Of course, an ecosystem that's under stress is also less resilient. We see an increase of reportings of impacted harmful algal bloom events in one of our systems that we manage at IOC. And also more and more invasive species. In our OBIS database, we have now reportings of 418 invasive species, and particularly around in the east, there are places with more than 60 invasive species. And I'm going to give a nice example from Tunisia, and there was a citizen science platform, I think it's organized by Spain, the CSIC Institute, where they detected this tropical fish species in 2012. And when we look at, we're developing a decision support tool for Fiji on marine invasive species, but we can also apply it in other regions. So, for example, in this case, this tropical species in Tunisia matches the terminal range of that species. Everything just above is not according to the terminal niche that they like. So it would be interesting to know if this species is still here in Tunisia and if it's maybe more widespread now. Yeah, so this goes to the importance of citizen science. When that tropical species was detected by citizen science activities, we receive a lot of data from citizen science, and it's really important. If we want to get more data, we need to engage the citizen scientists. This is an example of a recent data set that we got from Tunsi, an NGO here in Tunisia. They did a diving survey. From the 28 species that they reported, 12 were not reported for Tunisia in OBIS database. You see, like every small effort that you do can have a big impact and add to our knowledge. Yeah, so we have 1,400 species for Tunisia, just to give a statistics. To continue, we are organizing UNESCO eDNA expeditions all over the world. We have done 21 marine World Heritage sites. We are engaging school children together with the park rangers to do the sampling, and this is really amazing. I think inspiring the young people from the early ages is so important, because they will become the custodians and the scientists of the future. We did this in Scandola, in Corsica. Just in a few liters of water, we detected 146 species and 56 fish species. So eDNA is becoming a really interesting tool. It's not like the only tool that we need to do, but it can capture species that are very cryptic, very difficult to observe. They hide under rocks. They only appear at night. Or like we have found guitar fishes, which are endangered species on the IUCN Red List. They hide under the soft bottom. It's very difficult to see, but we are detecting them more and more with eDNA. So quite interesting and adding a lot to our knowledge. So OBIS is a network of national and regional and thematic OBIS nodes. We have one in the Mediterranean hosted by HCMR in Greece. But we don't have a node here in the Northern African countries. So one of my agendas of the day is try to see if we can get some more connections locally and get more data, maybe through our Mediterranean OBIS node, but they also consider setting up national OBIS nodes in the region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Wal. Thank you. Due to the fact that you have spoken about Tunisia, so I will leave the floor. Je vais passer la parole.
So I'm going to give the floor to our friend Amel Hamza, whom we really love. Ms. Amel Hamza is member of the Tunisian Academy of Sciences, Beit al-Hikma, and Vice President of the Africa Task Force, IOC, UNESCO. 3 minutes, Amel. Thank you, Olivier. I'd like to thank the organizers for this excellent organization, as usual. So the presentation is going to be in English. I'll be as brief as possible. First of all, I'm going to talk
Task Force and share with you the SeaWorld program
and I will make the bridge with the Mediterranean Sea by presenting a few thoughts. Quickly, the Task Force Africa was established in 2022. Our mandate is to oversee and promote the implementation of Africa Roadmap and the enabling environment. We are 14 individual members and 6 institutional members. This is one part of the group. On the photo, our role is to promote communication outreach, creating and building partnership, resource mobilization, monitoring, evaluation, and coordination. I would like to share with you the C word Africa, which is the abbreviation of science and knowledge for a resilient and sustainable ocean economy in Africa. This project was built up by the task force members, and it will be endorsed as a decade action and will solicit regional projects. The main 4 pillars of this program are sustainable management of marine resources, climate changes and marine biodiversity, tracking ocean pollution, extreme events, and disaster risk reduction. Of course, we are joining the same problematics and the same problems we find in the Mediterranean Sea. The enablers, we have capacity development, technology, innovation, and blue entrepreneurship, knowledge generation and dissemination, and ocean literacy. We have different strategic objectives regarding pollution-free and healthy ocean, diverse ocean, resilient ocean, and safer ocean. All these with regard to sustainable economic and social environmental benefits. We have also cross-cutting components. So capacity development, technology, innovation, blue entrepreneurship, generation and dissemination, and ocean literacy. Of course, these are very useful, and we can make the bridge with the Mediterranean context. In the Mediterranean Sea, we are sharing the same history, but also the same problems and challenges. And from my point of view, I consider that a few topics I would like to share with you today, and perhaps to be developed later, is the topic of ocean literacy, blue entrepreneurship, pollution, biodiversity, and biodiversity preservation. So we are sharing the Mediterranean uniqueness, but also facing many problems and challenges. Regarding ocean literacy, this topic is very important because we need to raise the awareness about the sea at different levels in school, in formal education, informal education, and also learn how to communicate with politics and policymakers. So this is one of the main topics that was, I consider that this is a success story of the UN Decade for Oceans. Yes, blue entrepreneurship is also another key topic for the Mediterranean Sea. How can we transform the existing problem into opportunities by building capacities, turning ideas into business, catalyzing job creation, because you know that in the Mediterranean Sea we have many problems of unemployed graduates. Alors ça marche pas, ce truc. Je sais pas qu'est-ce qui se passe.
Don't worry for that, t'inquiète pas.
Yes.
Oh, merci. Des poissons qui disent merci, c'est gentil. Tu sais, sans slides, c'est tellement mieux la vie.
D'accord. Bon, on va oublier les slides. Donc, what I would like to say to conclude this presentation is to face together the different challenges, to use, of course, science will be the basis of all the initiatives that will be taken, And I hope that in the future we will have more interaction, more collaboration between the North and the South, and we will be able to implement programs, useful, practical programs, in order to achieve few goals. And thank you very much.
Beaucoup, Amel. Merci. On te retrouvera d'ailleurs à Tanger.
Thank you, Amel, and I think that we're going to meet in the Blue Africa Summit in October in Algiers, and you're going to talk to us about Africa. Now we're going to have some distraction, let's say, since we always have a public humorist, let's say, and who's a mix of George Clooney, Anthony Estonguet. So his name is Pierre Bayrel. So go ahead, Georges. So this year I've promised you that I'm going to make this topic more serious. So can you see this slide and this digital twin? We need to be able to combine what you can see on the left, which is a satellite orbiting the Earth, and using artificial intelligence to develop models and to put all of this in a platform. And we took a bet 2 years ago together, which was to put 2050 in perspective. And I can see on the left of the slide, I told you that hopefully in Bizerte we'll have the opportunity to study temperatures in the same way and to play with the joystick in order to reduce the hydric stress and the temperature stress. And on the right at the bottom you can see the Blue Ocean Summit, or the One Ocean, Summit, and they started working together. And you remember last year I talked about the digital twin. And after that image, which was a promise, we moved to a cinematic mode in a way. We said that this digital twin, as soon as we start integrating this system, we're going to be able to disseminate this knowledge. And you can see all of the heat waves in the ocean, which we modelized, of course. And all of these heat waves are coming from boats, ships, and people in general. And here, the same people who are in Brussels, led by the same figures as usual, are working to plug in everything. And of course, the goal is not to conduct these these cinema sessions, let's call them, but to rather be able to use this as a video game rather than a movie in cinema. So this tool is a human slash scientific tool that can improve our work, and you can recognize Pascal Lamy, who's not just the president of the World Maritime Forum. We have Mr. Poivre d'Arvor with us, making sure that we are doing or keeping to the same tack. Of course, different stakeholders are there in making sure that the work is conducted properly. So we started this digital twin. It is established, and we have different platforms that we were able to integrate the system into, and we can play with this system in a way. You're going to have access to a huge universe. You have already seen it twice since you've been to Bizerte without noticing it. I'll give you a demo. You just you can chat with the ocean in a way. We need to understand this universal language of the oceans. We created this demo in Brussels. So you just start chatting with the ocean about a topic, and for example, here, if we start checking pollution in Nice, you can chat with the ocean in order to understand where pollution exists, especially. We can even understand the origin of plastic products that can pollute the beaches and the sea. And if we throw plastic bottles in Nice, this is where they will end up. And this small window open into the world of knowledge is going to help us understand our impact on life. So, when I met Reem, when she went to clean the port of Bizerte last August, and here the question is that whether this digital twin is a fake tool, elitist tool, or whether it is going to have an impact and help the people working on cleaning beaches. So we made an attempt with Reem, and we logged in, and we're going to act as if this is a demo, of course. So when I turn on my laptop and when I check Bizerte and to check the origin of plastic in Bizerte, it comes from Algeria mainly. So maybe we can agree with our neighbors, but also from Spain. And we can even see the age of plastic in the 18 months from Italy as well, even the Portuguese in Porto as well. So intergovernmental discussions are really important. But if you want to encourage people to collect plastic products in the ocean or in the sea, you need to show them the impact of the plastic that we throw on how it goes to Libya and Egypt. Rim, do you need another example for another region that's important for you? Indeed, I just need statistics to go back in time in order to accuse, let's say, those who are polluting us. Gebes, Bizerte, and a small island in the, facing Sfax. Now, this is recorded, but we have a record of Gebes. But again, everyone can do this. You can choose the area, and you can go back in time. And what's important about Gebes is that the origin of plastic waste is local mainly. But then again, if we're going to go back in time further, you're going to have to talk to the neighbors, of course. But again, if we go even with scenarios where we can reduce by 50% the impact of plastic waste. And here, this is the journey of plastic products thrown in Gebes. And it's going to arrive in Sicily, it's going to arrive to Libya and Egypt. So to finish with such simulations, we have developed this over the past 10 years, but the idea is that if only everyone could do this, The information that is in there, it is gathered, collected from scientists. So we need to keep working more and more on this. And to conclude, I'm going to mention 3 points. This digital twin is not a toy. It's the Tower of Babels. We're going to learn to talk to each other. So, and I think that this is already taking place. Second, we find, or the output comes from the input that we introduce to it. And again, we are really rigorous about what we are doing, and we are really rigorous and demanding in terms of the information that's being collected. Otherwise, it's going to be nonsense. What I showed you about plastic, we cannot do anything about it if the sources are not reliable. But you remember that we've seen this digital twin twice with OBIS, for example, earlier, and Copernicus is the same thing. And if you were lucky and had the privilege to sit with certain great people like Pascal Lamy, and you get on a boat and you can check the software and the systems and how to even use the sea currents in your favor when traveling. So all of this digital advance is important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bravo. Right now, we are going to ask to have all of us, the software, all countries, all organizations, just to make the follow-up of this routing. And of course, you are going to make the presentation in a private way to every one of us. Well, I'm giving the floor right now to Fedra Francucci, who is going to talk about the different actions of the National Council of Research, the Center for Research of a Terrestrial System.
Yes, I'm here representing the director of the department, Francesco Petracchini, and I would like just briefly present you how much we are committed into the mission and activities on the Mediterranean Sea. So we are as an institution, we include more than 8,000 of researchers all across the Italy, and this comes with collaboration at the Mediterranean level. CNR covers different topics, of course, and my department is actually working hardly on the ocean and waters. And the story starts a long time ago, and what I would like just to mention here, if we find where it is, it's okay, and the previous, yes, that we are basically working on observing system and in implementing infrastructure that are used by not only by our researchers but also on other institutions coming from other countries. And we strengthen collaboration to implement and to develop data and results, and not so nice as yours that you presented, but I mean, we are feeding the overall monitoring system of the Mediterranean. This is just to mention that we received as a gift an oceanographic vessel from the Schmidt institution. This came after one competition. We proposed a research topic on the Mediterranean. This is why we get this research vessel that is now in place, and so it's shared among all the researchers, and we perform monitoring over the Mediterranean. Mainly in Italy, of course, with the Messina Straits, when, for example, there are huge canyons that are collecting an amount impressive of plastic waste, for example. So we are spread also, just to mention the polar research programs that are very active both in Arctica and Antarctica. But all this research has been then capitalized in one big international center that is the National Biodiversity Future Center, that it's bringing together the national capacity but integrating into the mainly into the Mediterranean network of collaboration. Just to mention that we are now linking the work that we do at the national level of biodiversity with the mission and transforming the national hubs of the Blue Mission Med into the biodiversity networks. So bringing not only the topic of the pollution, but enlarging our efforts about restoration and biodiversity. Just to mention that the Gaia Blue, that is the name of the oceanographic vessel, it's a research infrastructure for the mission, that it's part of one of the funded projects by the mission. So this is just to briefly provide you some example of how much research is at the core of the activities, also of our coordination and support action that I already presented. So thanks a lot.
Well, right now it's the conclusion of this session of science with a non-scientist, but someone who is passionate by science. This is Geneviève Ponce, who is General Director of Europe. Well, thank you very much, dear Olivier. I'm not going to make a presentation. As I said to Reem, I'm not going to have a PowerPoint presentation, but I'm going to talk freely. Well, according to the request of Mr. Olivier, I'm going to make some suggestions. I would like to make two suggestions. The first one is going to be focused on promoters of digital twin, rather at the global or European or regional level. Of course, we worked on the report of 2020 in terms of creating digital level regarding oceans, and von der Lever was working on that for July 2022. And of course, we had inauguration on Brussels in June with different representatives. But in order to make it workable, we need to have available data, and of course we are going to focus on that, but those are surface data. But we need to have in-depth data which are shared on EMODNet platform, European platform, but all sharings are not, of course, done. All data are not shared, but we need to collect data on systematic way, more coordinated way, and to do so, we need to share plans. We need to share plannings of observations on each state member. We have 5 ministries who are dealing with observations. I mean, environment, agriculture, and fishing, defense, education, higher education. Well, we find ourselves on a lack of coordination at national and international level, and we need to take into consideration all state members. You have a panoply of coordination at European level. We can plan observations, and then we can incite to the sharing. We can push to the sharing of those observations. Maybe we can have a platform of observation. The second suggestion, well, I am co-chairing with Sébastien Treyer, who is in charge of IDRI. We are working on IFREMER, which is an ocean research institute, and there is no equivalent elsewhere in the world, no committee of stakeholders. And this is since 3 years that we have this committee, and we worked on a recommendation of aquaculture since 3 years, which is targeting the orientation of research towards some more sustainable aquaculture. I'm not going through details, but it's a very passionate subject. Researchers in this context are really interested in that. And, of course, the generated outputs are going to be beneficial. And François Ollier would like to share this experience during the One Science, One Ocean Science Congress in Nice on 2025. Those are both suggestions that I wanted to do. Thank you, Olivier. Thank you, Geneviève. We are going to have the jingle right now. Jingles are in a certain way late. Anyway, we are going to talk about regenerating, sustainable blue economy. So we are going to have the jingle. Well, we've been waiting for that. Thank you so much. Well, we can do it better than that, but we have Rihanna, who is Mr. Elias Ben Rayana, who is going to introduce the value of Tunisia. Thank you very much, Mr. Olivier. Thank you for organizers and all efforts deployed for the ocean protection. Well, in this moment of the forum, I feel lost because I'm not an expert on this question. I'm an actor from economic sphere point of view. Well, why they continue to invite me, I hope that I'm going to add an additional value to this forum. If we want to talk about a sustainable economy, I think that we need to take into consideration two elements when it comes to sustainable blue economy and regenerating one. The first element is that we need to discuss furthermore the question on holistic approach. We are no longer able to find a solution for the planet's problem by solving environmental problem. We need to have to think about the economic viabilities and the non-sustainable points of economy, social economy, of course, which are no longer workable. So, and the impact on ocean and on the planet. This is the first element that we need to focus on from holistic point of view. This is necessitating, of course, an interaction between experts and social or socio-economic actors. The second point to consider is that all ways should have ways to chapters. I mean, they need to participate on decisions making. And allow me in this way to talk on the behalf of the South and Africa. I would like to focus on those questions where we are dealing with non-sustainable questions, non-acceptable questions like migration, particularly in Tunisia. We are dealing with very important migratory flows, and it's just the beginning in Africa today with a population which is more than 18% of the world population. 25 or 28% are young, of 4% GDP. Well, this is 30 years ago. For 20%. So we are working on a growth of 25% of 2050, and of course 30% for the end of the century. And I'm talking about the job seekers, I mean the young generation, 50%, and at the end of the century we are going to have less than 50%. So this is not a question which is considered by environmental question, but if we want a sustainable economy, I think that we need to integrate this dimension, which is the socio-economic problem that we are going to have in the future. So that's why the solution should be adopting new paradigms. I would like to remind you that since 3 years I had the first invitation, and I had a debate with the invisible hand with Pascal Lamy, and if this invisible hand is existing or not, and I told him that it's a dead hand actually, and this change of paradigm should push us to reconsider the economic modules on new logics. So try to imagine and allow me to dose in a certain way to discuss about different taboo points. So I think that today, if we want to talk about the potential growth from economic point of view in Africa, and to maintain the populations, and of course to avoid the radicalization of politics, we need to have a good African growth which should be green. So we need to have a growth to absorb the flow of new young generations. It should be green, like the model of China, and we know already the experience of China in terms of gas emissions and carbon disasters. So it's really important today that the rich countries should avoid inflation and should work on growth. So growth in a green way or blue way, just to avoid the disasters already mentioned on different other countries, and of course to avoid inflation in order to solve the problem of purchase and to make the balance and to avoid the social inequality. We need to give the opportunity to more vulnerable groups to access good economic paradigm. So I am engaging actually the speech of an economist. We need to think new paradigms. Another thing, I think that the change of paradigm is a necessity, but we need to create, of course, new leveraging the modules of governance, and there are different suggestions to make to Mr. Antonio Botero. So we need to think about the new governance and the different authorities of governance. We need to give the opportunity to young generations, and of course they are our future, and they are the hope of next generations. They need to think about their future by themselves. So as economists, I need to mention the leverage from a financial point of view, monetary point of view at international level. And believe me, I've been a banker during 20 years, and I know what I'm talking about. Well, the problems, the financial problems, are not linked to the ingenuity of younger generation and their incapacity to construct, of course, innovative ideas, but the problem is the managing of new paradigms. Well, the last point, as I'm coming from business committee, well, I see on the business committee different hopes. So I think that it should be a public institution because they are pragmatic. They can see the change of a paradigm which is operating. And I can tell you that different people on this committee are innovators in terms of new business modules which are integrating different elements towards sustainable economy, green economy, and towards a blue economy to make it more sustainable. to make our oceans more sustainable. Well, continue to ask yourself why I'm here again, but I'm sure I'm going to see you next year. So let's take into consideration the fishing and aquaculture, the different challenges, the innovative solutions. We are going to ask to the technicians to show the presentation of Mr. Miguel Bernal, who is the Executive Secretary from the General Commission.
Dear Mr. Lamy, Chairperson of the Forum Mundial de la Mer, Bizerte, distinguished authorities, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I am Miguel Bernal, Executive Secretary of the General Fisheries Commission for the Mediterranean of the Food and Agriculture Organizations of the United Nations, and it is a great honor to take part in this forum and introduce today's session on fisheries and aquaculture, presentation of challenges and innovative solutions. Even if I cannot be with you in person, I appreciate the opportunity to address this important forum, which comes at a key moment in view of next year's United Nations Ocean Conference. Fish, fishers, and fish farmers are key elements of our coastal communities. They have been so for millennia, and still today it is impossible to think about a Mediterranean without them. In a context of increasing population and global emergencies, such as climate change and biodiversity loss, seas and oceans are increasingly seen as key players in future challenges. So we need to preserve the fisheries and aquaculture sector and maximize its contribution to address current and future needs. According to the most recent estimates from our 2023 report on the state of Mediterranean and Black Sea fisheries, SOMFI, annual production from fisheries and aquaculture totals 2 million tons, accounting for 700,000 jobs along the whole value chain. But this report also shows some stories behind these figures, highlighting that nearly 1 in 1,000 inhabitants of coastal villages is a fisher, and that unfortunately, more than 50% of these fishers are over 40 years old, with only 10% under 25 years old, which underscores the challenge of generational turnover. Our mother organization, FAO, strongly believes in blue transformation, a vision and a strategy to ensure the sustainable development of fisheries and aquaculture as a key action contributing to better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. At the GFCM, through the Met Fit Forever and Sofia ministerial declarations and the GFCM 2030 strategy, we know how to make this transformation effective. In the last decade, thanks to the adoption of effective measures, the consolidation of a national, sub-regional, and regional regulatory frameworks, including management plans and spatial management measures, and the improvement of monitoring, control, and surveillance mechanisms, the share of commercial stocks fished outside biologically sustainable limits dropped from 73% to 58%. Also, in collaboration with organizations such as UNEP-MAP, ACOGAMS, WWF, and others, we have managed to reduce the pressure on vulnerable species. This has required great efforts from fishers and national administrations, who should be acknowledged for their key role and contribution towards sustainability. Also, in this last decade, aquaculture production has duplicated in our region, and as such, its contribution to food production and jobs is assisting in the well-being of coastal communities. Our report, for the first time, provides insights on this contribution, delivering figures on the production of different species and different areas, and highlighting incipient and upcoming trends, such as the growth of algae aquaculture, the improvement of the sustainability of the sector, and the enhancement of environmental monitoring or the use of aquaculture as a restorative tool. However, as we look into the future, there are big challenges ahead of us. While the fishing sector struggles to apply needed measures and remain profitable and attractive to new generations, more than half our fisheries cannot yet be considered sustainable. And particularly sensitive and vulnerable species are still affected by the combination of fisheries and other human activities. The very basic characteristics of our Mediterranean marine ecosystems is being affected by climate change and the appearance of large number of non-indigenous species, affecting both fisheries and aquaculture activities and requiring new and intelligent solutions and investments to ensure the future of these sectors. In concluding my intervention today, I would like to recognize the host country of this conference, Tunisia, for its constant dedication to realizing the objectives in the GFCM 2030 strategy. Tunisia is an active partner in GFCM research programs on subjects ranging from red coral to recreational fishing and has hosted a number of surveys, pilot studies and programs, including on socioeconomics, depredation and bycatch monitoring. In addition, Tunisia is a crucial player in the GFCM research efforts on aquaculture, collaborating on a pilot project on the cultivation of algae in the Bizerte lagoon and on the development of a research program using environmental sensors at aquaculture sites, aiming to help mitigate the impacts of climate change. The GFCM and its members remain committed to the FAO Blue Transformation Agenda through our GFCM 2030 strategy, and we will strive to ensure that all fisheries are placed under effective management, aquaculture is sustainably expanded to satisfy demand, and value chains are upgraded to ensure the social, economic, and environmental viability of aquatic food systems. Cooperation under common frameworks is essential to building a sustainable future for our oceans and the resources they provide. Thank you for your attention, and let us remain steadfast in our joint mission, driving sustainable development and ensuring a prosperous future for the Mediterranean.
Voilà, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Miguel. Now we're going to get into a little bit more relaxed fashion. No PowerPoint presentations. So for the five speakers, or for the five panelists, what I'm going to ask you about the initiative that you are suggesting. What's the best example, the best solution that you have thought of? So who wants to start? So Lubna Ben Nakhla, who is the head of the Species Conservation Program at the level of the SPARAC. Thank you, Mr. Olivier. Thank you, Reem, for the organization of this forum and for the invitation. I'm manager of the Species Conservation Program at the level of the SPARAC. And SPARAC is the only center active and focusing on the southern shore of the Mediterranean Sea. And hopefully, in a few months, we're going to celebrate the 40th anniversary of this center. It is in Tunisia, right? So you can celebrate your 40th anniversary in Nice. So I'm going to start with my presentation about something that was said by the Secretary General. So fishing plays an important role and a key role in local economy and food security. Unfortunately, however, they are confronting different economic, climate, and social challenges. And here I'm going to quote or mention rather two strategies developed by the SPARAC and which are adopted by the Barcelona Convention and which are supposed to bring forth solutions. So the first program, which is of the 2020, and which focuses on sustainable management of resources in the Mediterranean Sea, and it is, of course, which respects the biodiversity, and it is a participatory program and organized by the Barcelona Convention. And the second strategy, which is the one about the protection of the coastline by 2020 as well. So these two strategies take into consideration the challenges that impact the fishing sector and aquaculture sector as well. I'm going to take or cite two examples that can show and prove the destruction of the natural habitat of the ecosystem. So the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea are exploited heavily, and of course the fish stock is reaching critical levels, and the situation of the vulnerable species is connected even to other species like birds and sea turtles. And of course there is the destruction of the coral reefs that damages or causes important damages. So the strategy, Sabayo 2020, recommends that by 2027, all of the countries shall launch a study that could help regulate the fishing activity and to put an end to illegal fishing practices. And of course, that would criminalize the destruction of the ecosystem. The SPARAC Center, alongside regional centers and organizations, have coordinated a really important topic for the collaborative approach for 2022-2027, and which allows the data collection and the accidental destruction of the habitat of endangered species, and to attenuate and mitigate the impact of these accidental destruction patterns. Also, we are going to put in place a protocol, a standardized one, that is taken into consideration by all of the observers, and we are going to work on more than 100 fishing ports, and we have collected more than 3,000 reports from fishing boats, and within the framework of this project, we have developed a set of measures to mitigate the fishing and collection of endangered and vulnerable species. Just 1 minute left, please. The second challenge is to face all of the elements that could hold back restoration of the maritime areas, protected maritime areas, but also to increase the number of these areas. Since these protected maritime areas will help with mitigating and reducing the number of illegal and irregular fishing practices, and of course creating more efficient maritime protected areas is going to be a really efficient solution. Finally, the future of of the protection of the maritime areas is going to be key to ensuring the sustainability of different systems locally and internationally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lubna. Well, we are going to ask to the manager, Bawi, who is, of course, manager of the program Metsi for Fish, the different solutions available when it comes to the overfishing or to the aquaculture. Othman, you have 2 minutes 30. We can't hear you. Would you please switch on your microphone? Mr. Othman Cherbourg. Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank Reem and all her team for the good organization. And of course, thank you for giving us the opportunity to discuss about a very important topic. I would like to rebound on the subject fishing and aquaculture. Mr. Miguel made the general introduction concerning the CGPM and, of course, the most important activities that we are conducting. But allow me to give you some examples, concrete examples, as we are going to talk about activities that we are conducting right now. It's just to tell you that the CGPM and is federating all the efforts at Mediterranean level for sustainable exploitation of fishing and, of course, to preserve the ecosystem and the vulnerable habitats on the Mediterranean, and, of course, to develop in a sustainable way towards a potential plan for aquaculture. Well, briefly, I would like to remind you the strategy 2030 that the CGPM is working on throughout different actions. Of course, we are targeting 5 objectives or 5 targets. The first one, fishing and ecosystem. Sustainable and productive fishing and oceans. The second target, conformity and application, to eradicate completely the overfishing and illegal fishing, non-regulated and non-declared fishing. The aquaculture, as I told you, is to develop aquaculture towards a potential plan and to have restoring aquaculture. Of course, we didn't forget the subsisting means. Of course, here it's a complete target to conserve this aspect. And finally, the development and capacity, technical cooperation, the sharing of information, the efficient partnership, and the different regional perspective. This is the strategy of the CGPM. If you allow me, I'm going to give you some concrete examples when it comes to the reduction of CGPA, when it comes to the fisheries. Well, throughout several years, we had the possibility to implement different managing of the spaces. I mean, the fisheries like in Sicily and like the Adriatic Sea or Ocean. And of course, the planning of the red shrimps for the in-depth of Mediterranean, and the different other planning or development plans or layouts which are conducted on different places of country with the scientific follow-up and monitoring, of course, at the level of control, etc. The second action is the creation or the identification of the restricted area, fishery restricted areas, and we have, of course, the Gulf of Lyon and the Pomopes of Adriatic space. And actually, or recently, we are making different advances in Kabylie between Spain, Morocco, and Algeria. And of course, we are going to adopt this layout during the next commission. There is nursery protection space for different fish species and the shrimps, like 3 area in Italy to preserve, of course, nurseries. And of course, we are really advanced on creating the nursery areas in the north of Tunisia, just to continue to achieve the whole landscape with the Canal of Sicily. Well, the other measures for protection, the improvement of selectivity, of course, the good development, the good management of the fishing area, the stagnation of fishing efforts, everything is going towards the preservation or preserving the fishery area. Just to finalize, I'm not going to finalize my speech without mentioning a big program of the CGPM, the capacity building concerning the whole region. This is the first time that a whole or an exhaustive capacity building program regarding the European countries and the southern rive of the Mediterranean. This project is based on 3 pillars: the follow-up of fisheries, training, and technical support. And of course, we are, working on different activities, different actions, the waste management, the invasive species like the blue crabs, and also we are following on different actions, and I'm going to provide new action. We conducted 14 campaigns of experimental fishing with respect to protocols, just to compare the results. And that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the concrete efforts. We are going to ask Stefania Campogiani, who is working on the WWF for the marine initiatives. And of course, she's going to talk about fishing and aquaculture.
Table in terms of positive solutions to the transformation of fisheries in particular and aquaculture. I had a presentation, but I'm going to skip it. So the first thing is that, as we know, more than 80% of the fisheries sector in the Mediterranean is represented by small-scale fisheries. And that's where we think that the transformation of the sector towards sustainability could be where the Mediterranean can lead the example and provide an example for the rest of the world in this sense. And how to make it happen? So the first thing would be political commitments from all member states in implementing the regional plan of action for small-scale fisheries across all the 9 action points that can advance the sector. For this, WWF has been working quite a lot in terms of the transformation of the governance and decision-making. So where to fish, how to fish, and how to manage resources, bringing fishers, small-scale fishers, to the table of decision-making. I mean, co-management, participatory approaches need to be strengthened, need to be legalized, officialized across all member states. This can really make the difference in also enhancing the achievement of the 30 by 30. I mean, we have some examples have been mentioned of designation of no-take zones, nursery areas, through the participation of fishers. This is the only way we can ensure that once these areas are designated, there is also implementation, there is also compliance in terms of rules. The second point is innovation. We have a sector that, has already been said, is quite old, not only in terms of age, but also in the way it fishes. So we need definitely modernization that does not have to come also as increased overcapacity. So fishers needs definitely new engines, new fuels in terms of contribute to the reduction of CO2 emissions, to the decarbonization of the sector. This needs to be accelerated. But we also need, they need more selectivity in terms of fishing nets. And last but not least, there needs to be an increased effort in reducing plastic pollution. That's my core business. So definitely the sector has a role to play in reducing also its impact. It's not only sustainability when they fish, but also before, their fishing gear and after the end of life of fishing gear. So gear marking, gear design, new materials, biodegradable materials, wherever possible, that needs to take place. And last but not least is inclusivity. Definitely we need gender equality is something that definitely can accelerate the sustainability of the sector. So bringing women to the table of decision making, bringing women all across the supply chain. We know we are working even in Tunisia, but also in other countries with fisher women. They have a role to play. They need better recognition. They need to be valued. They need to have the right and the right security as their counterparts, and then all across the supply chain. And last but not least, it's already said again, we need younger fisher. We need to really make the fisheries attractive to the younger generation. Definitely, we need to make sure that the fisher is proud to hand over its job to his son, his daughter, and can secure a future to their family. With all these in place, we hope that we can achieve the goal of achieving 100% sustainable fisheries by 2030. Thank you.
Merci, Stefania.
Thank you, Stefania, for being brief and convincing. Now we're going to ask two entrepreneurs to speak. We'll start with Mohammed bin Ahmed, the CEO of Aquadeep, and who's going to tell us how he's going to save the world. So, good morning, everyone. I'm going to present the Aquadeep startup, which works nationally and at the level of the Mediterranean area. So, the sea has been the main source of animal proteins for humanity, but this field hasn't had enough technological investment, and we need to, of course, increase the technological investment in the sea in order to improve the whole sector. We need to mend this technological delay. And our main goal is to provide innovative solutions based on artificial intelligence mainly. So to start or to jump into the topic, so while so for hatcheries or for fish hatcheries, we need to have a better management of these hatcheries, such as temperature and the level of oxygen in the water and so on and so forth. So in our startup, we relied on a system of AI in order to count the larvae, and of course this is based on a 4.0 or 4.0 technology, and this has helped increasing the production of larvae in basins by 25%. And of course, this can help us also in assess the amount of food to put for larvae and the percentage of oxygen in the water. So this technology was certified nationally, internationally, recognized by the U.S. Embassy in Tunisia as well. And we also worked with the European Union as well under the supervision of the Secretary General. Thank you very much. If you want I don't think anyone wants to be fasting today. We need to break for lunch soon. So, Munir, you're going to conclude this panel. I was expecting such a comment from you, Olivier. So, hello everyone, and thank you for your invitation, Reem, Olivier, Mr. Pascal Lamy as well. It's a great pleasure to be back here, and I have a vivid memory of the first meeting here. But I'm faithful, let's say, and I'm faithful to good habits and good projects. So we have started our project 30 years ago or even more. We started it here in the Gulf of Bizerte. And the Secretary General of the CGPM talked about the aquaculture of algae is a project that we have been working on for years. And we are in green economy, so we're talking about the development of seaweed and the integration of even products that are used in food industry from the algae, from the seaweed. But even at the level of our aquaculture, we have seaweed from Zanzibar, from Mozambique as well. So it is being developed, but it's not right now, of course. We are working on algae culture on international level. We are working with Mexico as well, and we are targeting the international level of our work. We are trying to work on microalgae in order to use it into the food industry, but also for animal feeds, and to use them as part of any products extracted from milk or from or vegetables in general, and to help even improve reduce the environmental impact of the food industry. So our activity focuses on the photosynthesis of the algae, and we can count even we can even count and assess the oxygen level needed and produced by this culture. We are coordinating with institutes. We work with the NSTM. We work with the public institutions in Tunisia, Zanzibar, and in Mexico about the financial impact. I think that we need to say that about blue economy, funding or help is quasi-absent, either from the European Commission or from the banks today. So blue economy is not really financed, let's say, and this is a gap that we need to amend, and nowadays, in order to increase and accelerate these activities, we are creating projects, and Posidonia, which is an algae, which are cultivated, and they can be used in order to protect the coral reef even. So there have been I'd like to thank the Mozambique for the support that they have been given to our project for the restoration of seas and oceans. Since 85% of our employees are women, and they are the wives and daughters of fishermen, since they are near the sea. I hope that this project is going to be followed by a European Commission at the level of the Mediterranean, but also on an African level, since it would even help reduce migration flows. Thank you, Munir, and you are working with an important number of women in the process. So we're going to postpone the one about tourism for after lunch. So now we're going to conclude this quite an important number of presentations since the morning. So we're going to watch these videos that are really beautiful, and we have Arsenio Dominguez, who is Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. And Arsenio Dominguez is going to share with us a short message.
Has been the cradle of civilization, trade and cultural exchange from millennia. It is a biodiversity hotspot and the world's leading tourist destination. As a major maritime hub, the Mediterranean handles 15% of global maritime traffic, which makes regional cooperation essential to the International Maritime Organization's efforts to protect our oceans. The IMO, as the United Nations specialized agency, is responsible for ensuring the safety, security, and environmental sustainability of ships. With shipping being the largest user of ocean space, the IMO is not just a regulatory body. It also serves as a beacon of hope for the conservation of our seas and a platform for global cooperation. Recently, we unveiled a new theme for 2025 World Maritime Day, which is Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity. Our ocean, because we recognize that it underpins life on the planet, as well as the global economy, with 80% of world trade transported by sea. Our obligation, because it is our shared responsibility to protect the ocean in the face of marine pollution, declining biodiversity, and climate change. And our opportunity, because we know that whilst there are challenges, there are also vast opportunities to innovate and unlock solutions that will enrich generations to come. Over the coming year, IMO aims to intensify its long-standing work to support the ocean through the development and implementation of a global regulations such as the International Convention for Preventing Pollution from Ships, MARPOL Convention, which addresses everything from plastic litter to oil pollution and clean air. I invite countries in the region to partner with us and align actions to support these initiatives. As leaders in the maritime sector, you have a unique opportunity to set an example for the world. It is time for a renewed commitment to regional and international cooperation on maritime ocean action. Let us forge stronger partnerships, share knowledge, and build a united front to protect the Mediterranean Sea and our ocean as a whole. Thank you.
Thanks to Mr. Dominguez, who is going to organize with Pascal Lamy the meeting of the different actors of maritime transport and, of course, the logistics and the different enterprises passing by the maritime transport all over the world. We talked about ports, and we have Sarah Amri, who is Director of Finances and member of the directions of Marseille Fosse Port. She's going to make a presentation about the maritime transport, dear Ambassador, Mr. Lamy, Ms. Rima. It's an honor for us to participate, first of us. We would like to focus on our roles for protecting the coast and, of course, to preserve the relationship between Marseille and Tunisia. Well, I'm going to be brief because everyone is hungry, so this is a kind of putting into context different events. I think that we have technical problems, but I'm going to start in a way just to tell you about the port of Marseille. It's not a promotion that I'm doing, but this is a stake to take into consideration when it comes to the port of Marseille, when it comes to presenting, of course, preserving the environment. Of course, as you can see here, the containers. Yes, we have in 2023 1 million of containers. Of course, I'm going to talk about the port domain, which is devised on a west shore of 10,000 acres concerning the industries and the different terminals which are hosting or welcoming different containers and the different activities of refiring the hydrocarbons, carburetions or the fuel, and of course we have different terminals with small activities, and of course here we can talk about social stakes. Well, this being said, what we are doing today is to decarbonize and the GNL, which is not declared. What we are doing also is to be the first ones to work in renewable energy. And of course, what we made right now is being a precursor, actually, in terms of energy, in terms of different terminals, about investing more than 10 million euros in this context. And for tomorrow, we needed to prepare to a certain number of intensity from environmental point of view. I won't talk about the geopolitical levels and the climate change, but we need to be positive. So Mediterranean for us, sea is, or Mediterranean countries are an opportunity for business. So from ecological point of view, we need to see it, of course, as an opportunity. This is from a social point of view. Concerning tomorrow, I'm going to talk about the historical activities, well, the traffic and logistics, the ecological carbons, and focus on digital energy. And you need to have a glance on that, why we are aspiring to have the attention of port actors and, of course, different fishing actors. Well, the capacity of storage in terms of energy, it's not only providing the service, but we need to focus on the production of hydrogen and, of course, the raw materials, the supplies of fuel. We have also, concerning the digital aspects, we are investing, of course, on our local incubator, which is the smart porting mat, by making more flawless the traffics. That will allow to the optimization and the preservation of our common heritage, which is Mediterranean. I try to be brief, and thank you very much for this invitation. Thank you, Sarah. The part of Marsilia, of course, for the Mediterranean Sea is really important. The President Casener, thank you very much, and thank you, of course, for representing briefly those activities. I imagine that you have relationships with the ports of Rhodes, Tunis. Well, I don't know. What about the in-depth water ports projects? Well, it would be great to have some information about the port of Nafida. I'm going to ask a question externally. So anyway, we are going to ask Birgin Boumediene from the company coordinator of the company of marine engineering. Boumediene, I think that you are here. Good morning.
Thank you, everyone, for the invitation. And I'd like to thank all of those who are in charge of this event. I'm going to ask you for a favor of an additional 2 minutes because we have created a video and we need to listen to the sea, to the message of the sea.
Hey, it's me. I have a problem. Well, actually, you have a problem too. Let me explain. Hundreds of thousands of ships every year. 13% of the global maritime traffic. 60,000 fishing boats.
Bien, faut continuer. Hein?
Bon, je vais continuer. Donc, j'aurais bien aimé avoir cette vidéo parce que le message est très émouvant.
On va vous la passer après. On va la repasser.
Parce que c'est une vidéo.
So I would have preferred to continue the video because it's really important for. So we are a research laboratory. You shouldn't touch the clicker.
Donc il y a un problème.
Il y a un petit souci. Et allez-y.
I think that
And I'm suffering. I'm not talking about business here. I'm talking about life. Your life. Do you realize how vital I am for you and your family? Just think about it. I mean, food, weather, holidays, goods, jobs, wealth, energy, communication, transport, biodiversity. Well, let's face it. I'm dying. No excuse. You can do something. Every one of you, every day. Will you save me? You should. You can. You have to do this.
Voilà, donc c'est ça, c'est une vidéo qui a...
So this is a video that started many ideas in Algeria and elsewhere in order to raise awareness. We are part of the SDG Format project, and I'd like to thank them for this video. So this, of course, helped when we wanted to create a reef of production, and we faced a resistance from the fishermen, but they changed their mind after watching the video, because this is just to say that sometimes a short video could be more convincing than 1,000 words. So this is what I wanted to highlight. At our level, as a research laboratory, we work with the ministries of transportation, of fisheries, and we coordinate with everyone. And for example, we work on developing captors that can identify the location of any fishing boat, and of course we can organize then the activity. And we have conducted an audit of all of the Algerian ports, and we have recently finalized a project, and we have agreed that by 2030 all of the ports need to be managed in a sustainable way. So we need to implement power suppliers, and if it's possible to use the sun for photovoltaic energy, then we can use that in the sea, and those are two sustainable energies or two sustainable sources. And we need to also measure the emissions coming from the ships and boats. So of course all of the ships and boats are concerned with the carbon tax. We have developed apps and projects in this sense. And now we have moved to the alternative fuel. So we need to admit that many don't abide by this change. In the Mediterranean basin, we don't have everyone on the same line vis-a-vis alternative sources of energy, alternative fuel. So our proposal is to create a green corridor that includes Algeria, Tunisia, and Italy, since they are linked and connected by the network of gas being exported from Algeria to Italy through Tunisia. So we can use that network to create a green corridor for the ships and boats that need and use alternative sustainable sources of energy. Also, we started a plan of decarbonization of the production of the whole network of the exported gas from Algeria to Italy, and we should have a greater use of all of the wasted and unused gas there as well. One last point as a proposal for Mr. Gutierrez, which is about the adequacy of the research labs between northern and southern shores of the Mediterranean Sea. So sometimes in terms of the technological tools, we have a discrepancy, and I'm not talking about financing or funding, But if we are looking for sustainability, we need to look at the southern shore. The southern shore is not the one responsible for pollution, so and yet they are under-equipped. So we need to co-work for sustainable, for so we need to have more responsibility of the polluter payer side, which is the northern shore. And so we need to rethink this balance. And I think that this is something that's really important. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We are relying on Algeria to be present at the level of government, and of course the head of state are present on the UNUCANIS. We are going to ask someone who is known among us, who is Salem Miladi, and he is an expert on blue economy, on ECORIS. You have the floor, Mr. Salem. Well, thank you. I am going to put aside my 20 slides. And of course, you are asking me to talk about the innovation and the different challenges on maritime transport and port transport. Of course, the most important innovation in terms of transport is about 80% or 90% of the expansion to be reinforced. So we are assisting to a kind of development at the level of transport and creation of digital ports for transport and in-depth ports. This is from a transport point of view. Concerning ports, the most important thing to mention is that we are assisting to Singapore, Shanghai, and of course containers, shipping, and we are witnessing the capacity of transport of ship, which the capacity is reaching 4,000 containers. Concerning the challenges, there are different challenges regarding the SDGs, the security, the risks of accidents, the evolution of the shape of ships, the improvement of capacity, and the building capacity from a logistic and competitivity point of view. Well, when it comes to the maritime transport, it is assured by 160,000 ships in the world, all over the world. I mean, petroleum, gas, and chemical materials. It's about 4 billion barrels. And of course, 250,000 fuel. And of course, the petroleum, which is distilled from oil. Of course, here we are talking about the dioxide, which can end up in oceans and the sea. There were different agreements, like the Marpol Convention or agreement, which is focusing on the fuel and the materials contained on the fuel. And of course, the different actions are for a greenhouse gas emission limitation. And of course, different projects of 7 seas or 7 oceans, and the funding of European Union for this. In the framework of our works within Westmates, we have different groups dedicated for a group dedicated for transport, green transport, for 10 countries concerned by the project Westmed, and targeting, of course, to measure the impact of the supply of ships, and of course to find different fundings. In conclusion, I can say that the Mediterranean is representing 1% of oceans. This is a closed ocean, which 400 million populations, and of course we are witnessing the different wastes, the used water, the emission of plastic, but we are not talking a lot about the impact of fishing boats or boats on the oceans. Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Salem, for mentioning that by relating the figures to the impact on oceans, especially when it comes to the northern side of the Mediterranean Sea. So I'm thinking about people who are in Egypt, in Morocco, for example, in Algeria. Well, do we feel that between those countries exists already a coordination, a sharing of information or not, concerning ports, maritime transport, or something like that? The challenges are the same, but we are going to conclude this morning session as the part regarding tourism is going to be held in the evening. Well, we are going to have a testimony from young startuppers, Mr. Slim, Watersea. Yes, you have the floor, please. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Hello, everyone. My name is Slim Boakez. I am a co-founder of the startup WaterSec, which is a startup who is managing, of course, the consumption of water on our regions. And we launched our startups from a simple principle. We are manage what we measure, and we try to work on two captors or two products. We conceived two levels of captors. The first one is about a smart building, who is going to track on real time the consumption of water or the water consumption. The second one is a kind of a tool which is going to use the artificial intelligence and to connect the existing counters. Of course, as you can see here, a board that you are going to follow on the different places where the product is installed. Of course, we are going to make the comparison but on real time, and we are going to generate, of course, reports here about the type of consumption, and the anomalies are going to be processed and to predefine, of course, the different figures via email or SMS, and we are going to work on the patterns of consumption for buildings, for industries, and of course, if there are any anomalies or any problem, we are going to notify the final consumer. Well, what we want to manage to show you here is that the analysis are concerning also the consumer, if there is an over-consumption or not. Different references are mentioned according different experiences, similar experiences, and if this consumption is higher than the needed, of course, we are going to provide advices just to make it more intelligent or more smart in terms of water consumption. Well, so far, we collected key numbers. For example, 500 sensors, 100 milliliter measured 100 anomalies detected and 10 milliliter water saved. We worked on Hammamet and we worked on different levels in terms of ports. Right now, we are identifying the critical dots or points where the problems can occur or incidents can occur. And of course, we are going to install our captors or our sensors just to make it possible to the boats to pay only their consumptions and to avoid, of course, the overuse of water or the misuse of water by different sanctions. So we are focusing also on the different actions like the water sake. We are actually, the water sake was invited to participate on Davos conference economy. And we are, of course, giving a transparent layer in terms of managing water. Everyone will be able to avoid the misuse of water and will help to install the trust. The question that I want to ask, well, how did you start your projects? We started that during the pandemic. So our existential questions started during COVID-19, and we saw an article concerning the recommendation of the WHO, and of course, unfortunately, Northern Africa, the Middle East are regions who are going to suffer from drought in the future and will endure the climate impact. So that was the starting point of our startup. So we started that in 2020. Thank you very much.
This profound interconnectedness underpins our existence, binding us to the ocean's health. We are inextricably linked to the sea, and our survival depends on its well-being. Imagine an ocean devoid of life, a silent expanse of water. Envision vibrant coral reefs turned into skeletal wastelands, teeming schools of fish reduced to ghostly echoes. Imagine the disappearance of the Arctic and Antarctic due to melting. This desolate scenario is not a science fiction. It's the future of our oceans if we persist on our current course. This bleak future is not a distant possibility, but a looming reality if we fail to act. The time to act is now. Our oceans cannot wait. Every one of us plays a part in preserving the blue heart of our planet. Our collective actions today shape the future of our seas. Ratify the High Seas Treaty, BBNJ, to safeguard marine biodiversity. Join the Global Plastics Convention to reduce plastic pollution in our seas. Let us ensure that future generations can experience this wonder.
Well, the good news is that we are going to have lunch, and you can have additional time. We're going to meet again at 2:45 p.m. and we will be back, and I'm waiting for your words, the letter to deliver to the Secretary General of the United Nations. Thank you.